Inside the space within the universe furnace's projection, Mo had been driven to a desperate situation. There was no regularity to the constant movement and shifting of the folded space. Every movement was like an invisible and intangible millstone grinding away at everything in the void, which caused the severity of his injuries to increase over time. Nevertheless, Mo simply gritted his teeth and persevered without complaint. Outside the projection, Royal Lord Mo kept his eyes tightly shut. Nonetheless, the bursts of aura fluctuating around his figure revealed the unrest in his heart. He had done everything he could. If Mo was destined to succumb here, then there was nothing he could do to prevent it. It was just that such a capable subordinate was difficult to find. So Mo couldn't help feeling a slight twinge of regret. There was no saying how much time had passed when all of a sudden, Xianxia stepped forward. His figure slipped through the layers of folded space like a ghost, and appeared behind Mo without any warning and ruthlessly thrust his spear. Although Mo had been struggling to stay alive, he had not forgotten to remain vigilant towards Xianxia. Hence, he immediately took precautions when he noticed the latter's movements and abruptly spun around at the same time that the azure dragon spear stabbed at him. Frantically drawing upon his black ink strength, he punched out with all his might. Thanks to the punch he threw with all his strength, Mo managed to block the elusive blow coming from behind him. For a moment, space collapsed violently at the spot where the two forces met. Xianxia pulled back slightly. On the other hand, Mo lowered his hand. Black blood trickled from his knuckles. He had managed to block Xianxia's attack but inevitably suffered some light injuries. Heh! Xianxia snickered. He continued to connect with the universe furnace's true body, causing the space within the projection to shake. The vibrations and disorder became increasingly violent, but his expression remained relaxed, as though he was in no hurry. After repeated attacks, Mo injuries continued to accumulate. Even though the pseudo-royal lord would like nothing more than to find Xianxia's location, he was powerless in this treacherous environment. He could only maintain a passive defense in the face of Xianxia's repeated assaults. The saying, "Using a blunt knife to carve meat," was the best description for this situation. Inside the space within the projection, Mo was powerless even though he was stronger than Xianxia. He could only wait for Xianxia to shave away at his life, little by little. When he finally reached his limit, he was certain that Xianxia would finish him off with a killing blow. Although Mo was well aware of this harsh reality, there was nothing he could do to change the situation. He could only stubbornly persist with his efforts while feeling humiliated and helpless in his heart. At a certain moment, Xianxia suddenly frowned deeply. He had been pushing his space principles all this while, but the fluctuations in the space inadvertently slowed down due to his momentary pause. That vague feeling from before filled his heart once again. If he continued in this manner, there was a high likelihood that something beyond his control would occur here. Following the emergence of this feeling, Xianxia clearly noticed that the connection between himself and the universe furnace's true body had strengthened considerably. What allowed Xianxia to cause the space within the projection to oscillate endlessly was his comprehension of the cowpunch secret technique. He was using this secret technique's first half to track the traces of the universe furnace back to their roots. The stronger the vibration in this space, the more precisely he could locate the universe furnace's true body. The reverse was also true. The closer the connection between him and the universe furnace's true body, the easier it became for him to make this space tremble. They seemed to be closely related to each other. As for whether something beyond his control would occur, Xianxia did not know for certain. In any case, it should not be a bad thing for him to build a close connection with the universe furnace. He might even be able to use this connection to determine the hiding place of the universe furnace. In addition, Mo was seriously injured at the moment. Xianxia only needed a final push before seizing the chance to annihilate Mo once and for all. Although he felt that his actions were slightly risky, he did not stop his movements. In fact, he urged his space principles more violently after a brief moment of hesitation. Sure enough, not only did his connection with the universe furnace grow stronger, but the trembling throughout the space also became considerably more violent as a result. Mo Ye's expression changed slightly. He obviously felt the changes around him, but he was powerless to do anything about it. Facing the chaotic grinding of the folded space, he could only dodge as much as possible. All of a sudden, the folded space reacted violently in a manner that resembled boiling water. The layers of space completely shifted apart from each other. From the outside, the space inside the projection had suddenly become extremely distorted. It was as though broken pieces of the mirror, which originally made up this scene, had now been haphazardly scattered. In the eyes of the Black Ink clan masters outside the projection, Mo Ye's figure inside the projection was no longer whole. His head was at one spot, his body was at another spot, his arms were in a third spot. The territory lords did not know whether they were looking at the effects of the disordered space or reality. It would be great if the effects of the warping caused this scene, but if they were looking at reality, then Mo Ye was already dead. Fortunately, Mo Ye was not the only person in this condition. When the Black Ink clansmen looked over at Xianxia, they saw the same phenomenon affecting him. Xianxia's figure was separated into dozens of pieces, scattered throughout the folded space. It was such a bizarre scene that the territory lords could not help exclaiming in astonishment. Inside the projection, Mo Ye felt as though he had been struck by lightning and a mouthful of black blood spewed out of his mouth. He did not know how many additional wounds had appeared on his body in that instant, but it felt as though he was about to be ripped apart. The scene seen by the territory lords outside was just a visual deception. Nevertheless, the extremely distorted space principles were truly being imposed upon Mo Ye inside the projection. If he did not resist with all his might, his body would be divided into countless pieces and scattered across the layers of folded space like what the territory lords were seeing at the moment. "My destined end has come," Mo Ye roared in his heart. Flooded with the immense fear of death, he abruptly regretted the righteous statement he made earlier. At the time, he believed that Xianxia might not see things through to the end. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive this ordeal either. Unfortunately, it would now seem that Xianxia was determined to finish him off once and for all. Looking back on his life, Mo Ye realized that he had not achieved anything extraordinary. Be that as it may, his life had not been dull either, especially the years he spent as rivals with Xianxia. That period could be said to be rather exciting. While Mo Ye was being emotional in his moment of death, Xianxia had a stunned expression on his face. He vaguely realized that the phenomenon which was beyond his control had already occurred. Using the mysterious effects of cowpunch, he deliberately traced the universe furnace's aura back to its true location. At the same time, he caused disorder in the distorted and folded space within the projection to cause constant damage to Mo Ye so that he could create an opportunity to kill the latter. Everything was going well, and it would not take long before Mo Ye lost the strength to fight back. Moreover, Xianxia clearly felt an extremely mysterious connection form between himself and the universe furnace's true body just now. It felt as though an invisible shackle had bound him directly to the universe furnace. He was overjoyed. With this connection, he could track the traces back to the location of the universe furnace itself. At present, the universe furnace's projection existed at more than a dozen locations, so no one knew where it would eventually appear. If Xianxia could determine the location of the universe furnace in advance, then he might just be able to learn something. As for how to report his discovery to the human race, he did not have the time or energy to consider such matters. He did not even stop to wonder whether he could escape this place alive. When the connection was first established between him and the universe furnace, though, an unexpected turn of events occurred before Xianxia could trace its location. The connection seemed to wrap around him like an invisible rope, immediately followed by an invincible force that came from the other end. At this moment, Xianxia felt the universe becoming chaotic and the void became ever-shifting. At the same time, the Black Ink clansmen outside the projection watched as the bodies of Mo Ye and Xianxia were scattered around the void, as though they had been cut into countless pieces while simultaneously, all the other projections became equally distorted and turbulent. Countless pairs of eyes watched the projection from different locations in shock. The constant oscillation and distortion of the space within the projection had attracted the attention of both the Black Ink clan and the human race. Nobody knew what was happening. Even Blood Crow, who entered the universe furnace once in the past, could not explain the phenomenon. Although the Supreme Headquarters was working hard to obtain information from various sources, they did not gain much from their efforts. Therefore, they could only increase their surveillance. At the suppressing black ink fortress outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, a group of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were staring at the projection in confusion. Xianxia asked Fu Guan again, "Senior, the universe furnace's projection looks rather dangerous. Are we really going to enter the universe furnace from here?" The space inside the projection was so distorted and disordered now that not many people would survive if they tried to enter it. Fu Guang frowned with a puzzled look on his face. "I've never heard of such a thing happening before the universe furnace appeared in the world." The Dragon Clan did not know much regarding the internal situation of the universe furnace, but they had some basic information. Whenever the universe furnace's projection emerged in the world in the past, everything had progressed smoothly and steadily. The projection would become increasingly solid, and then transform into the entrance of the universe furnace. There had never been a precedent where such strange phenomena occurred. Yang Xiao then glanced towards Zhao Yibai. "Junior brother, with your attainments in the Tao of space, how much confidence do you have to come out safely if you were to enter the projection now?" Zhao Yibai considered the question seriously before he answered. "Around 60%. Even you only have 60% confidence?" Yang Xiao was very shocked. He knew how great Zhao Yibai's attainments in the Tao of space were. If Zhao Yibai only had a 60% chance of success, then everybody else who entered the universe furnace would probably die. Zhao Yibai looked ashamed and apologetic. "My aptitude is poor, which brings shame to the teachings of Honored Master. If Honored Master were here." His eyes suddenly widened in surprise. He stared at the originally empty, but extremely turbulent projection and blurted out, "Honored Master?" He could barely believe his eyes. A tremendously large figure had appeared and filled the entire space inside the projection at that moment. Moreover, the figure had the appearance of his honored master. The human race masters at the suppressing black ink fortress were incredibly shocked. After hearing the numerous exclamations of astonishment ringing throughout the crowd, Zhao Yibai confirmed that he was not hallucinating. His honored master had appeared within the projection. There were many of Yang Kai's family and friends stationed in the suppressing black ink army, so they looked extremely emotional at this moment. Fu Guang shouted, "What you see is not real. Be wary of deception." He could tell at a glance that the figure of Yang Kai, which suddenly appeared inside the projection, was not the real Yang Kai. It was some sort of illusory image, which explained why he was so large that he filled the entire space. What puzzled Fu Guang greatly was why Yang Kai's illusory phantom had appeared inside the space within the universe furnace's projection. What did that brat do to cause such a bizarre phenomenon? Likewise, the masters of both the Black Ink clan and the human race on the various Great Territory battlefields were absolutely perplexed by the situation. Yang Kai's illusory phantom had not just appeared in the universe furnace's projection outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, but in all the locations where the universe furnace's projection existed. The fact that his illusory phantom had appeared everywhere at the same time could be said to be a spectacular miracle. The Black Ink clan army and the human race army stood in formation outside the universe furnace's projection in Twin Poles territory, facing each other silently. Both the Black Ink clan and the human race had been recalling their forces during this period, so there had been no conflict between them for some time. The universe furnace was about to emerge in the world, and the situation was unclear. Therefore, both parties were being extremely cautious to prevent the other from obtaining an opportunity. Their current silent confrontation was in preparation for the upcoming fight over the control of the entrance to the universe furnace. The universe furnace was a tremendous blessing and opportunity. The human race was planning to fight for this opportunity, and the Black Ink clan could not allow them to obtain what they wanted. The present calm was simply a sign of the turbulent storm that was about to come. Although there were many universe furnace projections, it was foreseeable that a war would inevitably break out between both parties once these projections transformed into entrances. When the time came, the party who had control over more entrances would be able to send more masters inside. At this moment, Two Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were standing side by side in Twin Poles territory, monitoring the movements of the territory lords on the opposite side when Yang Kai's illusory phantom suddenly appeared out of nowhere. While there were many other Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like themselves among their ranks, the number of territory lords among the Black Ink clan was not few either. One of them suddenly called out in alarm, "Junior Brother Fong, it's the Tao Lord, the Tao Lord." The only ones who would address Yang Kai as Tao Lord were the disciples who originated from the Void Tao Temple. The person who spoke earlier was none other than the good friend whom Fong Tianxia met in the Void Tao Temple all those years ago, Lu Jingshan. After leaving the Void Tao Temple, Lu Jingshan advanced directly to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm outside of the star boundary. He later went through thousands of years of cultivation and eventually reached the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. Even with his astounding achievements, he could not conceal his admiration and respect for the Tao Lord. In fact, almost all the cultivators from the Void Tao Temple held blind faith in their Tao Lord Yang Kai. That sense of admiration in their hearts never faded or changed with the increase in their cultivation. Needless to say, the person standing beside Lu Jingshan was Fong Tianxia, who nodded at those words. But it's just an illusory phantom. When the Suppressing Black Ink Army was established, Yang Zhao Squad was formally transferred to the Suppressing Black Ink Army. However, Fong Tianxia, who was originally a member of Yang Zhao Squad, had applied to stay behind instead. Needless to say, there was no reason for Mi Jingluan, who was in charge of this matter, to make things difficult for him. Over the years, Fong Tianxia remained active in Twin Poles territory and joined forces with Lu Jingshan to defeat their enemies. As many of the divine abilities he cultivated and his habits when dealing with enemies were somewhat similar to Yang Kai, he was often compared to the latter. He eventually gained the nickname Little Yang Kai and became quite famous. The Black Ink clan had since repeatedly tried to target him out of fear that he might grow to Yang Kai's level. Fortunately, he had always managed to escape and survive their attempts. After all, his attainments in the Tao of space were not low. It was difficult for the Black Ink clan to succeed, regardless of their attempts to target him. Fong Tianxia frowned at the illusory phantom, feeling extremely puzzled. Why would his image appear inside the space within the universe furnace's projection? Thinking about it again, Yang Kai had always been unconstrained in his actions. He generally made unexpected moves that nobody else could even imagine, so it did not seem too strange for his illusory phantom to appear here. Fong Tianxia smiled at the thought and did not think too deeply about the matter. Meanwhile, Thunder Shadow, who was in Azure Sun territory, had the same question as Fong Tianxia. When this monster race master advanced to the Monster Emperor realm in the Myriad Monsters world, he had only been a Fifth-Order Monster Emperor, which corresponded to the Fifth-Order Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, he attracted many congratulatory wishes from everyone at the time. Even the human race masters overseeing the Myriad Monsters world had not dared to take him lightly. That was because Thunder Shadow was not a mere monster emperor, but also a monster race great emperor who the Myriad Monsters worlds will recognize. Thunder Shadow had spent most of his time cultivating hard in the Myriad Monsters world over the recent years, and thanks to the blessing of the World Tree Clone, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. He grew from the Fifth Order to the Seventh Order in just a short 2,000 years, and then 300 years ago, he became an Eighth Order Monster Emperor, after which he came out of retreat. He had brazenly caused a bloodbath in Azure Sun territory by relying on his brutality and the innate might of the monster race. No less than 5 territory lords had died to his claws, which gave him an impressive reputation. Most of the monster race who came from the Myriad Monsters world had been taken in by human masters as mounts. By relying on the protection of these human masters, monster emperors could often improve their cultivation at great speed. At the same time, they could tacitly increase their cooperation with the human race masters to bring down their enemies more efficiently. However, there was no human race master who would even dare to think about taking Thunder Shadow as a mount. He was an individual who received the recognition of the Myriad Monsters world after all. As a great emperor who cultivated the primal art, Thunder Shadow naturally had great prospects for the future. Nearly 99% of the human race would not be able to match up to his strength. In that case, who would be qualified to subdue him? However, it was rumored that he had a very close relationship with a small great force known as Great Feather Pavilion. That was because he received great care from a Great Feather Pavilion disciple when he was young and weak. At this moment, a monster leopard with lightning all over its body was quietly watching the projection in Azure Sun territory. He did not take human form. It was not because he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. The monster race who cultivated the primal art mainly focused on polishing their monster cores as their foundation. The stronger their monster core, the stronger their strength as a monster race member, and the harder it became for them to assume human form. That was especially true for a monster race master like Thunder Shadow. It was practically impossible for him to assume human form at this point. There was a man and a woman next to him. They were none other than Xianxia and her husband who came from Great Feather Pavilion. The couple were both in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Their cultivation was nothing special in Azure Sun territory, but their safety was guaranteed thanks to the protection of Thunder Shadow. In fact, they often worked with Thunder Shadow to eliminate many powerful foes over the years. That's the master of the star boundary, right? Xianxia studied the illusory phantom for a moment and quickly recognized the identity of the figure. Beside her, Ho Qinghai nodded lightly. There's no doubt it's him. I saw his statue in the square when I visited High Heaven Palace in the star boundary in the past. He thought back to the scene he witnessed back then. Seeing thousands of High Heaven Palace disciples showing such great reverence to their palace master had fascinated him greatly. Every time he thought about that scene, he couldn't help thinking that that was how a real man should be. Unfortunately, both he and his wife were limited by their aptitude. The 7th Order Open Heaven realm was their inherent limit, so it was difficult for them to make any further progress. A hero indeed, Xianxia sighed. It's only thanks to him that the human race managed to persevere until now. But why did his figure appear here? Ho Qinghai shook his head to express his ignorance. On the other hand, Thunder Shadow growled softly. It's probably related to the universe furnace's projection. Xianxia tilted her head to the side with a puzzled expression, but did not bother to think deeper into the matter. She simply asked in a worried voice, Thunder Shadow, are you really going to enter the universe furnace? He did not respond. Ho Qinghai tried to persuade Thunder Shadow otherwise. Thunder Shadow, you are part of monster race. Not to mention, you are a great emperor recognized by the myriad monsters world and cultivate the primal art. Even without entering the universe furnace, you have great prospects waiting for you in the future. Why must you put yourself in needless danger? I might not know the internal situation in the universe furnace, but I'm certain about something. There will be a horrific bloodbath when the time comes. Xianxia nodded repeatedly in agreement and stared at Thunder Shadow expectantly, hoping that the latter would change his mind. The couple could not understand the reason why Thunder Shadow, who was born as part of monster race and cultivated the primal art, would want to compete in the bloody battle to enter the universe furnace. There was no reason for him to go after all. In response, Thunder Shadow simply said, I have my reasons for going, so please stop trying to persuade me otherwise. The entrance to the universe furnace will soon open. Please be extremely cautious when I'm not around and don't try to be brave or reckless. Qinghai, please take good care of your wife. Ho Qinghai sighed heavily. Please don't worry about us. Everywhere outside the universe furnace's projections at each location, the masters of both the human race and the Black Ink clan were communicating with each other through voice transmission. Every one of them had their own intentions, but there were no exceptions about one thing. They were confused by the image that suddenly appeared. At the same time, Yang Kai's gaze wandered around the universe furnace's projection on the Black Ink battlefield as though he could see across space. He could see the astonished expressions of his wives and several disciples at the suppressing Black Ink fortress outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. He also saw Fang Tianxia in Twin Poles territory. When their gazes met, they nodded lightly at each other. Everything was conveyed without any spoken words. Then he saw Thunder Shadow, Xianxia, and her husband standing side by side in Azure Sun territory. The tense atmosphere between the human race army and the Black Ink clan army as they stood in formation outside the universe furnace's projections, did not escape his notice either. The barriers of space suddenly became meaningless at this moment. With the help of the mysterious connection between him and the universe furnace's true body, Xianxia could see everything at all the locations where the universe furnace's projection had appeared. A realization suddenly welled up in his heart, and he burst out cursing. He was starting to understand the reason behind this phenomenon. It was the defense mechanism of the universe furnace itself. This supreme treasure had remained hidden beyond the bounds of this universe for all time. Nobody had ever figured out its exact location, much less seen its true body before. On the other hand, it was different for Xianxia, who was proficient in the Tao of space. He had utilized the mysterious effects of his cow punch secret technique to trace the universe furnace's aura back to its roots to determine its true location. At this point, he was only one step away from success. Unfortunately, the universe furnace could not allow him to determine the location of its true body. That was why the connection that formed between him and the universe furnace had turned into an invisible rope, and an immense pulling force drew him in from the other end of the connection. The universe furnace was trying to pull him into itself so that he could not investigate its location any further. Whenever the universe furnace emerged in the world, it had always been customary to wait for the entrance to appear in order to enter it. Be that as it may, Xianxia had been given permission to enter the universe furnace early, and it was not an invitation that he could refuse. It was also because of the connection between him and the universe furnace's true body that his image appeared in all the projections. The strange spaces scattered everywhere were originally projections of the universe furnace's true body. Now that Xianxia had a close connection with the universe furnace and was being drawn into it, his figure was also being projected everywhere. A series of coincidences and opportunities had all led to this outcome. Xianxia's original intention was to trace the location of the universe furnace's true body and simultaneously annihilate those surrounding him. He never expected his actions to cause such an unexpected turn of events. Therefore, he couldn't help feeling slightly panicked. Would he be refined by the universe furnace if he entered it? It would be a huge tragedy if that were the case. Instead of increasing his cultivation, he would end up as part of the legendary innate open heaven pills. Xianxia did not know how the open heaven pills that could help cultivators break through their innate shackles were formed, but the universe furnace was bound to contain various mysteries. Things would not end well for him if he was dragged into the universe furnace just like that. After realizing the precarious situation looming over him, he immediately began drawing upon his strength in desperation to break free from the connection between himself and the universe furnace. Nevertheless, his efforts were in vain. The invisible and intangible rope bound him tightly. The force that came from the other end of the rope was so overpowering that even a master at the peak of the Eighth Order open heaven realm like him was powerless to resist. Space principles flared, causing the void to become extremely distorted, but to his astonishment, he discovered that a vortex had appeared at the place where he was standing. Immediately after that, his figure was rapidly swallowed up and vanished out of sight. At the last moment, only one thought flashed through his mind: I haven't killed Mo Na Yi yet. A wave of sorrow flooded his heart. He had persevered with so much effort, and if nothing unexpected had occurred, Mo Na Yi would not have survived. Unfortunately, Mo Na Yi was saved because his own future had become uncertain due to the universe furnace. A great sense of resentment and reluctance filled Xianxia's heart. He would have been much more accepting if he had been dragged into the universe furnace after he succeeded in killing Mo Na Yi. Forget it. Even though I failed to kill Mo Na Yi, I did manage to eliminate many innate territory lords. I've done my best. Xianxia felt much better after comforting himself with such words. The unexpected turn of events inside the universe furnace's projection occurred extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia vanished without warning. The bloodstained and disheveled Mo Na Yi was desperately shifting his body to avoid the attacks caused by the layers of folded space when the chaotic and oscillating space suddenly calmed down. Even the ubiquitous murderous intent around him disappeared in an instant. Mo Na Yi was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned to look in Xianxia's direction only to find that the latter was gone. Be that as it may, He did not dare to relax his guard and remained cautious of his surroundings. Nothing abnormal occurred even though a long time had passed though, so he couldn't help sending out an inquiry via divine sense. "Sir Royal Lord? Where's Xianxia?" Mo frowned and briefly explained the events that took place just now. The truth was that he had not understood the reason behind Xianxia's disappearance either. He only saw a vortex inexplicably appearing where Xianxia was standing. Immediately after that, Xianxia was swallowed by the vortex and vanished without a trace. Yi was astonished. Xianxia was swallowed by a vortex that appeared out of nowhere? Is it some sort of trickery? If that's the case, then he must be hiding somewhere in this space. It's just that nobody in the Black Ink clan can detect his whereabouts. But what was the point of doing that? The space within the projection was sealed by a heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array, so Xianxia couldn't leave this place and his whereabouts would be revealed once the universe furnace's illusory phantom completely solidified. Besides, Xianxia clearly looked determined to kill him and was on the verge of success. So, there's no reason for Xianxia to create further disturbances at a time like this. Inside this weird space within the projection, there was nothing Yi could do to defend against Xianxia's attacks. As long as Xianxia persisted for a little longer, Yi would have died without a doubt. By that logic, it made more sense that something happened which caused Xianxia to be swallowed by that strange vortex rather than him voluntarily giving up on all his accumulated efforts. Yi racked his brains, but could not fathom the reason behind Xianxia's actions. The Black Ink clan's understanding of the universe furnace was far too shallow, so much so that he couldn't even be certain whether Xianxia was still hiding inside the projection at this moment. After pondering in silence for some time, he finally spoke once more. "Sir, the universe furnace is about to truly emerge. The real war between the human race and the Black Ink clan is imminent. You need to return so that you can protect the no-return pass and coordinate the movements of the Black Ink clan." Mo nodded lightly. "What about you?" Yi gave a light smile. "Please don't worry. If Xianxia wanted to kill me, he would not have given up just now. Since he stopped halfway, he must have other plans. This subordinate will act accordingly, but just to be on the safe side, we should maintain the grand array around the perimeter lest he try to escape. It will also give this subordinate more capital to negotiate with him if he reappears." You had no objections to Yi's suggestions, so he instructed the territory lords in charge of maintaining the grand array to remain behind and heed Yi's orders. Then, he studied the projection intently for a moment before he transformed into a streak of black light that sped off in the direction of the no-return pass. The no-return pass was the Black Ink clan's largest base, and all the high-rank Black Ink nests were currently sheltered there. Although Royal Lord Mo had personally come to deal with Xianxia during this incident, he could not afford to stay away for too long lest the human race masters took advantage of his absence. Watching the Royal Lord disappearing into the distance, Yi sat down cross-legged and glanced around him. "Brother Yang, the Royal Lord has left. Can you show yourself so that we can have a good talk? Now that things have come to this, there's no point in hiding anymore, right?" He had the feeling that Xianxia was no longer here, but he could not be certain. Nevertheless, he could not understand the situation. Where could Xianxia have gone if he wasn't here? What was the vortex that swallowed him? In any case, Yi had to consider all the possible scenarios. Assuming that Xianxia was hiding somewhere, then he had to try and make contact. Naturally, he couldn't receive a response. Meanwhile, Xianxia's illusory phantom that filled the entire void at each projection appeared for no more than 2 or 3 breaths of time before vanishing without warning, and the abnormal situation was swiftly reported to the Supreme Headquarters. Mi Jingluan, Xianxia, and Blood Crow gathered together to discuss the situation in hopes of figuring out what happened. After ruling out the various possibilities, only one answer remained before them. Xianxia had made contact with the universe furnace's true body. All the projections originated from the universe furnace's true body, which meant that the universe furnace's true body was the source of everything. Seeing as Xianxia's illusory phantom had appeared at each projection at the same time, then the phenomenon was definitely related to the universe furnace's true body. If Thunder Shadow Great Emperor in Azure Sun territory could figure this out, then it was only natural for Mi Jingluan and the others to reach the same conclusion. For a time, they looked exuberant. Throughout history, nobody had ever learned the location of the universe furnace's true body or even seen it before. At present, it had not been long since the universe furnace's projection appeared. Both the human race and the Black Ink clan were waiting for the projections to solidify and transform into entrances, yet Xianxia seemed to have gotten into contact with the universe furnace already. That was exciting news. If that were truly the case, then they would have a massive advantage. As irreverent as Blood Crow was, he couldn't help feeling a sense of admiration for Xianxia. Having been a member of Dawn who fought beside Xianxia for many years, he had quite a good understanding of Xianxia's abilities. Nevertheless, he had never held much respect for Xianxia due to the sense of arrogance in his heart and the long-standing grievances between them. At most, he only felt a subtle sense of competitiveness towards him. They were both open heaven realm masters, after all, so there was no reason he could not do what Xianxia could. Be that as it may, he was completely convinced at this moment. The universe furnace was the most profound and mysterious treasure in existence. Yet Xianxia had managed to make contact with its true body. That was something he could never achieve. He suddenly wondered curiously, was Xianxia trying to use that opportunity to convey a message to us? For example, informing us about the whereabouts of the universe furnace's true body. Mi Jingluan and Xianxia glanced at each other. Both of them were feeling rather excited all of a sudden. If that were truly the case, then the information was extremely important. If they could discover the location of the universe furnace's true body, then they could enter the universe furnace and obtain the opportunity in advance. Once the entrances were formed, they could then ambush the Black Ink clan from within the universe furnace world and catch the Black Ink clan unprepared. After carefully comparing the information he received from various locations, though, Mi Jingluan shook his head and said, "I don't think he was trying to convey any information to us." Xianxia's figure only appeared for a very short time, and judging from the reports gathered from various parties, he seemed to have been caught off guard. It is written here that Xianxia looked astonished when he first appeared. This fact undoubtedly indicates that he had not expected this phenomenon. Xianxia abruptly added, "According to the information that we received earlier, he should have been hunting down the territory lords who escaped from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction when all of this happened. Could the universe furnace's true body be located in the Black Ink battlefield?" Mi Jingluan stroked his beard, nodding thoughtfully. "It's not impossible. Unfortunately, there is nothing we can do even if we know that the universe furnace's true body is located on the Black Ink battlefield. The entrances will manifest within a year or so it's too late to dispatch our forces to the Black Ink battlefield. Besides, how will we enter the Black Ink battlefield without Xianxia's protection? We can't just boldly swagger through the no-return pass like he can." Xianxia lamented. "In that case, we can only wait for the entrances to open. It's our only option." Mi Jingluan sighed slightly. Fortunately, the Black Ink clan does not have much information on the universe furnace. We still have a slight advantage over them in that regard. Among other things, the Black Ink clan most likely did not know that there was a sealed world inside the universe furnace. Moreover, the projections would transform into entrances that led into the universe furnace once they solidified completely. They might have Black Ink disciples providing them with some rumors and hearsay, but the cultivation of those Black Ink disciples was not high, so such secret information would not be leaked easily. At the moment, the Black Ink clan had only moved their armies to the various locations to confront the human race armies outside the projections. They were simply taking countermeasures against the large-scale movements of the human race, not planning for an area control battle. Be that as it may, this secret could only be hidden for a short time as, once the projections solidified and the entrances appeared, the Black Ink clan would immediately understand. The advantage that the human race held in terms of intelligence would only allow them to make various arrangements in advance. Hopefully, those arrangements would give them a slight advantage when competing for the opportunity inside the universe furnace. Although the guesses of Mi Jingluan and the others at the Supreme Headquarters were not entirely accurate, they had gotten at least 2 points correct. The first was that Xianxia had truly gotten in contact with the universe furnace's true body, and the second was that this incident had indeed happened purely by accident. Yang Kai had not been prepared in advance. What they did not know was that the accident had caused Yang Kai to be dragged into the universe furnace. If they knew the truth, they would have been much more amazed by the situation. At this moment, Yang Kai was overflowing with worry. When he was dragged into the universe furnace, aside from the twinge of regret he felt about failing to kill Mo-Na-Yi, he had also been concerned about his own fate. The universe furnace contained innate open heaven pills, but as for how these open heaven pills were produced, nobody knew the truth. Regardless of their method of production, the universe furnace was ultimately an alchemy furnace, though. Things might not end well for him if he were dragged into the universe furnace. His greatest fear was being refined by the universe furnace. If that were to happen, he would definitely die with many regrets. After a period of extreme anxiety, Yang Kai discovered that he was showing no signs of being refined. Still, the environment around him seemed to be rather strange. He could not quite describe his surroundings at the moment. It felt as though he had slipped into the void, with bits of fluorescent lights scattered around like stars twinkling in the sky. Distance had become an extremely vague concept in this place, causing the flickering fluorescent lights to seem both extremely far away yet simultaneously close at hand. More importantly, Yang Kai could keenly feel that he was either being immobilized by something which prevented him from moving a single muscle, or he was wrapped in a mysterious force that shackled him in place. He couldn't help feeling rather depressed by his circumstances. Am I inside the universe furnace? He couldn't help sinking deep into thought. The various indications proved that he had indeed been dragged into the universe furnace, so there was no doubt about that. Nevertheless, it seemed rather bizarre. It was hard to believe that there was a vast world inside the universe furnace. That was something that never crossed his mind before. In his imagination, the universe furnace was nothing more than an alchemy furnace which produced the mysterious innate open heaven pills. Although the projection of the alchemy furnace he saw previously was larger than he expected, he had not been overly surprised since the size difference was within the limits of his imagination. On the other hand, the fact that the universe furnace contained an independent world was truly astonishing. Upon further consideration, it did not seem out of the ordinary for the universe furnace to contain a sealed world. The universe furnace was the most mysterious supreme treasure in existence. Furthermore, it was capable of producing innate open heaven pills which could overcome the limitations of the established heavenly way. Collecting his thoughts, Yang Kai decided not to spend too much time deliberating over such trivial matters. His biggest concern at the moment was how he could protect himself. He was dragged into the universe furnace because his actions had touched upon the essence of this supreme treasure. Although there were no signs to indicate that he was being refined at the moment, it was necessary to have countermeasures in place. First, I need to figure out a way to break free from these bindings. Yang Kai immediately began to draw upon his power to escape this place. However, he discovered that he couldn't even move a single finger no matter how hard he struggled. The mysterious force holding him in place did not give off a sense of strength, but it was extremely resilient. The more power he exerted against the force, the stronger the force became in response. Thus, he was kept completely immobilized. Not feeling discouraged, Yang Kai began to push his space principles and attempted to leave this place via instantaneous movement. Unexpectedly, the omnipotent Tao of space was completely ineffective here. The space around him seemed to have frozen solid, creating an unbreakable prison. Urging time principles next, Yang Kai tried to wither whatever it was holding him in place, but it proved futile. He then tried urging spear principles, but his efforts remained ineffective. There was no saying how much time had passed by the time he finished cycling through all the Tao strengths of the Grand Taos he mastered so far, but none of them helped with his situation whatsoever. The same held true even when he simultaneously activated time principles and space principles and then merged them together to form the mysterious space-time strength. His heart was flooded with a sense of frustration. At this point, he was certain about one thing: he could not move a single muscle. Like a prisoner, he was trapped in this inexplicable cage with no means of escape. What a disaster! Yang Kai never imagined that he would suffer such treatment just because he touched upon the essence of the universe furnace. Moreover, he not only failed to discover the hiding spot of the universe furnace's true body, but he also failed to take the opportunity to finish off Mo Na Yi. There were no signs that the universe furnace was attempting to refine him, so judging by the situation, he had no reason to worry about his safety at the moment. The universe furnace might not necessarily even be for refining foreign objects. Naturally, just to be on the safe side, it was better if he remained vigilant of any unexpected occurrences. I might be safe for now, but how am I supposed to leave this place? Composing himself, Yang Kai put away the slight sense of anxiety brewing in his heart and carefully began to perceive his surroundings. If he wanted to leave this place, then he had to break free of the force restraining him. Only by comprehending this force could he take the necessary measures to break free from his shackles. When his divine sense spread out like a tidal wave, Yang Kai instantly noticed something that was out of the ordinary. There was a large amount of Tao essence contained within the universe furnace. The abundance of the invisible and intangible Tao essence that interweaved and accumulated inside the universe furnace was almost impossible to imagine. There were no exceptions anywhere his mind extended. He couldn't help feeling overwhelmed by the discovery. For some reason, it felt as though he had accidentally fallen into a treasure trove. The most intuitive manifestation of a cultivator's grand Tao was the amount of Tao essence they possessed. Needless to say, that was not something that could be quantified precisely, as it was nothing more than a vague concept. Take Yang Kai for example. His highest attainments were in the grand Tao of space, so the space Tao essence was the most abundant in his small universe. That was how there were Tao temple disciples who could inherit his blessings and cultivate the Tao of space. The Tao of time came next. However, thanks to the improvement of the dragon vein in his body, Yang Kai's Tao of time was now equal in level to the Tao of space. Naturally, the spear Tao came third. There were many other grand Taos as well. Apart from the alchemic Tao and the Tao of artifact refining that he spent time and effort cultivating, the rest were the results of his harvest from the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon. When he was being hunted by the Royal Lord, Yang Kai had been forced to flee for over a decade. In the end, he dove into the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon and encountered an inconceivable harvest. He only managed to gain so much in the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon because of the grand Tao rivers that were found inside. After all, flowing in those rivers were countless Tao essences that had been refined and absorbed by him. Yang Kai never expected to discover so many Tao essences inside the universe furnace. Not to mention, they were many times richer than the Tao essences found in the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon. Is this the carrot after the stick treatment? The universe furnace had dragged him here and ruined his plans to kill Mo Na Yi. But it turned out that such benefits were waiting for him. It truly was, as the saying went, good fortune came after a catastrophe. In any case, there was indeed an amazing opportunity in front of him. Yang Kai immediately calmed down and opened his small universe to absorb and refine the Tao essence. But a short while later, he frowned deeply. Opening his small universe once more, he sensed something flowing out of his small universe. The something that he sensed flowing out of his small universe was none other than the Tao essence that he had just absorbed. After a quick try, Yang Kai discovered that the Tao essence permeating the entire universe furnace could not be refined or absorbed whatsoever. This discovery immediately made his wonderful mood sink to the bottom of the abyss. Nevertheless, he refused to accept this reality and tried to absorb the Tao essence into his small universe once more. Following several failed attempts, he finally confirmed that the Tao essence inside the universe furnace could not be refined. He also vaguely grasped the reason that prevented him from doing so. If it was said that the Tao essence flowing in the grand Tao rivers of the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon he encountered back then could be classified as an orderly form of Tao essence, the Tao essence found here could be classified as disordered and chaotic. It was the most primitive form of Tao essence. Forcibly refining this kind of Tao essence would not be beneficial for him. The most superficial explanation was the difference between uncooked rice and cooked rice. The Tao essence here was uncooked. On the other hand, the Tao essence flowing in the grand Tao rivers of the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon was cooked. Yang Kai would only need to consume and digest the cooked rice to transform it into the foundation of his strength. Conversely, he could not do that with pure uncooked rice. If he forcibly tried to consume the uncooked rice, he might even cause harm to his body. The realization left him slightly dumbfounded. In his perception, the amount of Tao essence accumulated inside the universe furnace was rich beyond comprehension. Be that as it may, he could not benefit from the Tao essence in front of him. There was nothing more tortuous in this world than staring at something he wanted but could not have. Why is the Tao essence inside the universe furnace so strange? Yang Kai frowned pensively. Thinking about it carefully, the answer became obvious. The sealed world inside the universe furnace was probably in its most primitive form. That would explain the chaos and disorder of the Tao essence in this place. The world here was not like the world outside, which had undergone countless years of evolution and development. It was only natural for the Tao essence in this place to remain in its most primitive state. Maybe this is the reason why the open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace can help cultivators break through their limitations. It was like 99% of the grand Tao had been integrated into the universe, leaving out the final 1%. As a result, the open heaven realm method that the 10 martial ancestors gained enlightenment about based on the formation of the universe itself was naturally incomplete. The final missing piece could only be found in a place that preserved the most primitive environment from before the formation of the universe furnace. Perfection could only be obtained when both were combined. Following that thought, Yang Kai suddenly had a realization. The universe furnace itself might be the human race's biggest shackle. At this moment, the fluorescent lights around him suddenly began to flicker wildly. His attention was immediately drawn towards them, and he quietly observed his surroundings. The fluorescent lights were innumerable, and Yang Kai did not know what these wisps were, but they looked like countless fireflies at first glance. Moreover, he couldn't even judge how far these fluorescent lights were from him under the unique environment inside the universe furnace. When the countless lights started flickering, the extremely abundant but disordered and chaotic Tao essence began to be absorbed by them. Yang Kai was stunned by the sight. He had tried refining the irregular and chaotic Tao essence earlier, but it proved impossible for him. In comparison, these fluorescent lights were easily absorbing the Tao essence here. What are these lights? Over time, the Tao essence absorbed by the fluorescent lights increased steadily. Then, 9 distinct fluorescent lights among the sea of fluorescent lights gradually began to grow larger and glow brighter than the rest. The amount of Tao essence they absorbed also increased sharply in response. Yang Kai's attention was attracted by these 9 distinct fluorescent lights. During the brief interval between flashes, he vaguely noticed that these fluorescent lights seemed to display the outlines of spirit pills. Innate open heaven pills. The realization came to him abruptly. These twinkling fluorescent lights were the innate open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace. They were the legendary spirit pills that could allow a cultivator to break free of their innate limitations just by consuming one. Are there 9 such pills? It made sense. After all, 9 was the limit. For the universe furnace to produce 9 of these heaven-defying spirit pills was an amazing feat in itself. It was not a small number, to say the least. If all of them could be obtained by the human race, they could immediately produce 9 new ninth-order open heaven realm masters. That would definitely be extremely beneficial to the upcoming war with the Black Ink clan. But if those 9 fluorescent lights that glowed brighter than the rest were the legendary innate open heaven pills, then what were these countless bits of fluorescent light around them? They were also absorbing the disordered and chaotic Tao essence inside the universe furnace, so apart from the amount of Tao essence being absorbed and the intensity of their brightness, there was not much difference between them and the 9 brightest lights. Yang Kai couldn't help recalling the innate open heaven pills that he obtained from the blood monster cave heaven and the doubts he harbored in the past. Could it be that the innate open heaven pills inside the universe furnace had different grades? Inside the universe furnace, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling very confused. Are there different grades to the open heaven pills in the universe furnace? I've never heard anything like that before. At the same time, many 8th-order open heaven realm masters were gathered at the supreme headquarters. These were the candidates chosen from among the human race to enter the universe furnace and compete for opportunities. Many were veteran 8th-order open heaven realm masters, but some were rising stars. Nonetheless, without exception, all of them were open heaven realm masters whose martial Tao ended at the 8th-order open heaven realm. Having advanced directly to the 6th order, the 8th order was their limit. If they wanted to increase their cultivation any further, then their only option was to compete for the opportunity inside the universe furnace. Once the entrances to the universe furnace took form, a great war was bound to break out between the human race and the Black Ink clan. At that time, their duty was to charge into the universe furnace as quickly as possible to search for opportunities and advance to the 9th order. As for the rest, there was no need for them to worry. The other human race masters would be in charge of blocking the Black Ink clan's attempts at interference. At this moment, these 8th order masters were sitting on the ground and studying hard like students in a lecture hall. Meanwhile, standing in front of them was a cultivator wrapped in a layer of blood chi. His aura was very showy, but his cultivation was hard to determine. It was Blood Crow. Blood Crow had personally experienced the emergence of the universe furnace last time. Having entered the universe furnace once before, his understanding of it was unmatched by anybody else. Therefore, Mi Jingluan had specially asked him to teach these 8th order open heaven realm masters about the internal situation of the universe furnace so that they could prepare themselves in advance. Blood Crow was no great scholar or teacher, so he simply said what came to mind. Still, the 8th order open heaven realm masters were careful to record everything he said. After all, nobody knew whether the things he told them would become the key that would allow them to preserve their lives or grab hold of the opportunity at a critical moment. Let's talk about the open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace. Most people only know that these open heaven pills can help cultivators overcome their innate limitations. But what you should know first is that even the open heaven pills inside the universe furnace have different grades. The 8th order open heaven realm masters sitting below immediately fell into an uproar. In regards to this matter, not only had nobody ever told them, but they had never even heard rumors about it. To the side, Mi Jingluan and Xianxia exchanged a glance and smiled wryly. They, too, had been very shocked when they first heard this bit of information from Blood Crow. It turned out that the open heaven pills inside the universe furnace had different grades. Blood Crow did not play any games and continued, I don't know how the 9th order open heaven realm masters of the cave heavens and paradises categorize them. After all, I don't come from any of the cave heavens or paradises. I can only divide the open heaven pills in the universe furnace into 2 types. The first type is the supreme grade open heaven pills, which everybody knows as the innate open heaven pills that can help 8th order open heaven realm masters like yourselves advance to the 9th order. Unfortunately, the other type does not have such a potent effect, so we can think of them as ordinary grade open heaven pills. Classifying these innate open heaven pills into supreme grade and ordinary grade was a very rough method of categorization. One of the 8th order open heaven realm masters was confused. I understand the situation with the supreme grade open heaven pills, but junior brother Blood Crow, why does the universe furnace produce these ordinary grade open heaven pills? What are their uses? Blood Crow replied, I don't know why the universe furnace produces these ordinary grade open heaven pills either, but they are by no means useless. While their medicinal efficacies are not as profound as the supreme grade open heaven pills, they are enough to help a cultivator overcome their bottlenecks. The ability to overcome one's bottleneck, but not one's limitations. Having heard that, the 8th order open heaven realm masters seemed to gain a vague understanding of the situation. The 8th order open heaven realm master who spoke earlier said, So, that's how it is. By that logic, the ordinary grade open heaven pills are rare treasures too. A cultivator's martial Tao was not always smooth sailing. Take Lan Yu Ruo for example. She had advanced directly to the 6th order open heaven realm, so her limit should have been the 8th order. Nevertheless, it had taken her some 250 years of cultivating in retreat to finally advance to the 7th order open heaven realm during her brief period in Voidland. The same was true for Feng Ying of Dawn Squad. It had taken her more than 200 years to advance from the 7th order open heaven realm to the 8th order. Several hundred years was not a long time for open heaven realm masters who could live for tens of thousands of years. However, they would not need to waste all that precious time if they could obtain one of these ordinary grade open heaven pills. There were many high-rank open heaven realm masters, but many of them were stuck at a bottleneck in their cultivation and had trouble progressing forward. They were not at the point where they needed the supreme grade open heaven pills. Be that as it may, they would easily advance to the next order if they had the support of some ordinary-grade open heaven pills. One or two open heaven realm masters might not make a difference, but the strength of the human race would surely grow sharply when their numbers increase. It was not as though the human race did not have any kind of spirit pills that could help a cultivator overcome their bottlenecks, but the efficacies of such spirit pills were not that great. In comparison, the ordinary-grade open heaven pills were different. They were the best spirit pills to help a cultivator overcome their bottlenecks. In Xianxia's case, he had originally planned to enter the universe furnace for the supreme-grade open heaven pills, but it would now seem that he might not necessarily need to obtain one. The ordinary-grade open heaven pills might be enough to help him overcome his current bottleneck. Junior brother Bloodcrow, how many supreme-grade open heaven pills are there? And how many ordinary-grade? Another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master raised the question he really wanted to know. Bloodcrow glanced at the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and replied, "I'm not certain how many supreme-grade open heaven pills there are. The last time I entered the universe furnace, I was only in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm and I didn't dare to carelessly move around, much less dare to compete with the masters for that peak opportunity. Although I don't know the exact numbers, I'm certain that there weren't many such heaven-defying spirit pills." After a brief pause, he continued his explanation. "As for the ordinary-grade open heaven pills, there are many of those. Even I managed to obtain a few. It was thanks to consuming those ordinary-grade open heaven pills that I smoothly advanced to the 8th Order back then." As the topic deepened, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall became more and more heated. The 8th Order Open Heaven Masters consecutively asked the questions they were curious about, and Bloodcrow did his best to answer. Whenever he encountered a question he could not answer, he did not make any unfounded speculations to prevent misleading others. Inside the universe furnace, Xianxia was naturally unaware that Bloodcrow had differentiated the open heaven pills into supreme grade and ordinary grade. Nevertheless, he quickly came to an unbelievable conclusion under such close observation. The open heaven pills from the universe furnace could be separated into two distinct grades. The 9 brightest lights were clearly the open heaven pills that he had always heard about. Now that he was so close to them, he couldn't help feeling tempted to grab them. The universe furnace's projection had appeared in all the various great territory battlefields, which affected numerous masters from the human race and the Black Ink clan. All of them were waiting to obtain the opportunity within the universe furnace. If Xianxia could snatch these 9 open heaven pills in advance, then the human race would be the greatest winners no matter what arrangements the Black Ink clan made. They could use these 9 open heaven pills to produce 9 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. That would be enough to form a crushing advantage against the Black Ink clan. Unfortunately, he could neither move a muscle nor freely exert his strength at this moment. The greatest opportunity in the 3,000 worlds was literally right in front of him, but he was powerless to seize it. How annoying! Hateful! He couldn't help cursing at the universe furnace. It was bad enough that he was dragged into this place, but he was also completely immobilized and then shown such a wondrous opportunity, yet he was unable to seize it. What is this torture? At this moment, Xianxia had long forgotten his earlier worries of being refined by the universe furnace. If the universe furnace wanted to refine him, the process would have taken place by now. Seeing as there were no movements in that regard, he was most probably safe for the time being. Now that he was safe, it was only natural for him to become greedy when such an opportunity was right in front of him. Xianxia stubbornly began to struggle once more, but it was all to no avail. Thus, he became even more annoyed and depressed. As the 9 lights devoured the chaotic and primitive Tao essence at an increasingly fierce rate, they began to glow brighter and brighter as a result. A rough estimate of the time indicated that there were only a few more months before the universe furnace emerged in the world. Xianxia did not know the exact location where this supreme treasure would appear, but he could practically imagine the scene at the time. The masters of both sides had gathered outside the universe furnace's projections. When the universe furnace opened under the illumination of the dense and multicolored lights, the 9 open heaven pills and their companions would fly out of the universe furnace. Subsequently, the masters of both the human race and the Black Ink clan would plunge into a frenzied battle, He would be freed of his shackles at that time and might even fly out of the universe furnace with the open heaven pills. Although he could easily obtain several of them with his abilities, this method was rather risky. After all 9 of the best open heaven pills needed to be obtained by the human race. I need to figure out a way so that it will be easier for me to seize the opportunity once I am free. Since the universe furnace dragged me here and allowed me to witness the creation of these open heaven pills, then I ought to benefit from this opportunity. After pondering for some time, Xianxia came up with an idea. He immediately attempted to use his spiritual energy to place an imprint on these open heaven pills. If he succeeded, then he would be able to obtain them with a simple flash of his thoughts. In the next moment, he gave a deep groan and his complexion went pale from his efforts. At this moment, the 9 open heaven pills were indiscriminately devouring the surrounding Tao essence. When his divine sense penetrated the open heaven pills, his divine sense was refined and absorbed in an instant. His divine sense was damaged as a consequence, but Xianxia was not very concerned about this injury. After all, his soul would be torn apart every time he unleashed a soul-rending thorn. This amount of injury was nothing to him. Besides, the soul-warming lotus would quickly repair his damaged divine sense. Spiritual energy is ineffective, but what about world force? Xianxia made another attempt, only for the open heaven pills to refine and absorb his world force perfectly. It would seem that the open heaven pills were not particular about what kind of energy approached them, greedily refining and absorbing anything they could. Unfortunately, that was not good news for Xianxia. As things stood, how was he supposed to leave his mark on the 9 spirit pills so that he could easily make his move when the time came? He activated the various Tao strengths he mastered in hopes that he could leave some kind of mark on the open heaven pills, but his efforts remained futile. Even the mysterious space-time strength was ineffective. These innate open heaven pills were like starving wolves, swallowing anything and everything that was placed before them. Xianxia couldn't help frowning with a troubled expression. Spiritual energy, world force, and even Tao strengths have proven to be ineffective. What else is there that I can try? All of a sudden, he seemed to recall something and silently activated the great sun and moon marks. His own strength had been ineffective against the open heaven pills. In that case, the only power that did not belong to him was the 2 marks that he received from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. If that was also ineffective, then he had no other methods to try. He normally borrowed the power of the 2 marks to condense purifying light. However, he was now attempting to leave a mark on the 9 open heaven pills with their power instead. It was not a difficult feat to perform. The mysterious power of the great sun and great moon seeped out from the backs of his hands. Under his careful control, they slowly extended towards one of the open heaven pills. It did not take long before the power of the great sun and great moon was influenced by the pull of the open heaven pills and swiftly absorbed into it. Xianxia could clearly feel the power of the great sun and the great moon gradually being shaved away and becoming weaker. Be that as it may, he was overjoyed in the next moment. That was because a slight trace remained of the power of the great sun and the great moon. They had not completely disappeared. The great sun and moon marks were created from the burning lights and serene glimmer sources. So naturally, the power that came from these 2 marks contained the aura of their sources. It was a power that was derived directly from the primordial light. Perhaps that was the reason why the innate open heaven pills could not devour it completely. Either way, the experiment was a success. Xianxia was thrilled. He quickly added the great sun and great moon's auras to the 8 remaining lights. However, after going to great lengths to do so, a thought dawned on Xianxia. There's no point in doing this. Initially, he wanted to leave something that he could control inside the 9 best quality open heaven pills. That way, it would be easier for him to seize them when the universe furnace truly emerged. However, the power from the great sun and moon marks did not belong to him. They had been given to him by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Although he could wield the 2 marks to create purifying light, he could not use them to control the 9 open heaven pills. All of Xianxia's delight disappeared in a flash as soon as he remembered this. He thought that after spending half a day on his attempts, he was finally rewarded with success. But in the end, it had all been for nothing. No one would be pleased about that. Thus, After being dragged into this place by the universe furnace, Xianxia did not receive any significant benefit, other than personally witnessing the mysterious inner workings of the universe furnace and the creation of the innate open heaven pills. Furthermore, Mo got the chance to escape. Xianxia was feeling rather disgruntled. However, he could not do anything about it. A strange power was restraining him right now, and he could not do anything about it. As time passed, Xianxia calmed himself down and continued watching as the open heaven pills devoured the Tao essence all around them and took on a physical form. Eventually, the 9 lights grew brighter until they became 9 great suns that hovered all around Xianxia. When compared to the 9 great suns, the countless dots of glimmering light paled by far, like the difference between the bright moon and dim stars in the night sky. However, Xianxia had a feeling that the glimmering lights, which were also open heaven pills, had to be crucial in some way. In any case, how could something produced by the universe furnace turn out to be ordinary? The open heaven pills he got from the blood monster cave heaven in the past were most likely these lower quality ones, but their medicinal efficacies had probably waned due to the passage of time and the failure to store them properly. Xianxia did not know how long it had been, but he was focused on observing the production of the open heaven pills when he felt a kind of strong and vigorous energy surge towards him while undergoing some kind of unknown transformation. His expression changed, but as he could not move, he could not dodge the sudden burst of energy, so he had to endure it instead. The strange energy was incredibly powerful, and when confronted with it, even Xianxia, who was at the peak of the 8th order open heaven realm, felt minuscule in comparison. He heard his bones being dislocated and his 5 viscera and 6 organs felt as if they were about to explode from the pressure. Xianxia had no idea what was happening. Apart from being restrained, nothing else had happened to him ever since he entered the universe furnace, until now. It finally felt as if his life was at risk. In that life and death moment, there was only one thought in Xianxia's mind. Is the universe furnace really going to refine me? Fortunately, the intense energy fluctuation disappeared as quickly as it appeared. The pressure had only lasted for a moment before it was gone. Xianxia could sense that the space he was in, the place with countless glimmering lights, was now endlessly stretching out. At the same time, the glimmering lights turned into streaks and shot out in all directions. A thought popped into Xianxia's mind almost instinctively. The universe furnace has fully manifested. The strange event earlier was clearly a sign that the universe furnace was emerging. After counting the days in his head, Xianxia realized that the timing added up as well. Then, Xianxia noticed that the power that had been restraining him all this while had disappeared. He instantly manipulated space principles to lock up the area around him as he reached out to grab the blazing streaks of light, but they moved away so quickly that Xianxia came up empty-handed, even though he had been determined to catch hold of them. Only a few of the weak, glimmering lights were caught inside his trapped space. The weak, glimmering lights were trembling hard against the constraints of the space principles. It was as if the lights had a mind of their own and wanted to escape from Xianxia's grasp, but he was not going to let that happen. He stuffed the lights into his small universe, though he did not have the time to study them now. Instead, he dashed after one of the dazzling streams of light he targeted earlier. Space principles flickered, and in a flash, Xianxia reappeared millions of kilometers away. However, just a moment later, Xianxia came to a stop with a helpless expression on his face. The stream of light had already gone too far away. It flew a lot quicker than him even though he used instantaneous movement. After recalling the earlier scene, Xianxia immediately understood what was happening. It was not really that the dazzling light was moving faster than he was, but rather that this space was itself rapidly expanding. I had such a great opportunity right in front of me, but I failed to seize it. Xianxia was vexed with himself. No words could express the consternation he felt. 9 top-quality open heaven pills had been right in front of him, each one representing a new 9th order open heaven realm master. And yet, he did not even manage to grab a single one. Xianxia was agitated, and as he had been injured by the pressure from the powerful energy earlier, he ended up coughing up a mouthful of golden blood. Even his aura noticeably weakened. He stood in place to restore himself for a moment as he looked around him with a frown. What the hell is going on? Since the universe furnace has already appeared, why am I still inside of it? Shouldn't I have been flung out of here the same way the open heaven pills were? What's more, the universe furnace seems too vast. By now, Xianxia was starting to realize that all his theories had been wrong from the start. The inside of the universe furnace turned out to be an independent space, and there was no proof that the open heaven pills had been ejected out of it. So, perhaps the opportunity to seize one of them doesn't occur outside, but rather inside the universe furnace. Xianxia would be able to confirm this theory soon enough. If he encountered other living beings inside the universe furnace, then it meant the opportunity took place inside. Xianxia gathered himself and moved in the direction where the dazzling light had flown. Even though it had escaped from him earlier, he was still going to hunt it down. At this point, he found that his earlier efforts had not been for nothing. Although the aura of the great sun and moon marks that he left on the 9 open heaven pills previously could not help him when it came to controlling them, he could use the marks to ascertain where the pills were, though he could only do so if he was close enough. Xianxia became a lot calmer now. There was a benefit to being pulled into the universe furnace early after all. During the chase, Xianxia also found the time to check on the weak, glimmering lights he had captured. He had slightly over a dozen of them, and they were currently flying around his small universe. They looked like shooting stars streaking across the sky, and the many cultivators inside Void World were staring up at them in amazement. Some of the Tao Temple disciples with greater cultivation tried to chase after these lights, but none of them succeeded. These weaker lights still moved at incredible speeds. Xianxia used space principles to capture them, but the Emperor Realm Masters from the Tao Temple did not have such ability. They thought this was some kind of amazing opportunity and had no idea these were just something their Tao Lord had tossed into his small universe, as he did not have the time to bother with them. Soon, Xianxia gathered the scattered lights together and subdued them. The lights faded away, and several fragrant, flawlessly round spirit pills appeared in front of him. Upon closer inspection, these open heaven pills were fairly similar to the ones Xianxia got from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but their medicinal efficacies were clearly much more potent. What are they for? Xianxia frowned. Don't tell me these open heaven pills can help those in the 8th order break through to the 9th order as well. If that was the case, the fact that he now had over a dozen of them meant there were going to be over a dozen new 9th order open heaven realm masters. But there was no way that was possible. The reason humans knew how to create open heaven pills was because the great experts of the early ancient era had derived a recipe for them based on the innate open heaven pills they obtained from the universe furnace. Although modifications and improvements to the open heaven pill recipe had never ceased, the ones refined by human alchemists were still incomparable to the ones from the universe furnace. There was only one benefit to the ones the humans made. Those open heaven pills were easy enough to create, and as long as there were sufficient resources and alchemists available, the production could go on forever. Nearly every sect had its own way of creating these man-made open heaven pills to fuel their disciples' cultivation. Xianxia had also refined some open heaven pills many millennia ago when he first entered the 3000 worlds. After all the cultivation and resources he had acquired since then, it felt as if this memory of his took place eons ago. Once again, Xianxia gathered his thoughts. He created a seal on the open heaven pills and put them away safely. No matter what they were for, they had come from the universe furnace and thus could not be something simple. He would know whether or not they were useful once he brought them to Senior Brother Me and asked the latter about them. Xianxia then continued chasing after the dazzling lights while occasionally using the great sun and moon marks to see if he could sense anything nearby. As the interior of the universe furnace rattled and shook, the over a dozen illusory phantoms of it that had been solidifying for the past 2 years finally transformed into the universe furnace, which was a grand and majestic alchemy furnace that gave off a mysterious, ancient aura with complex lines circulating across its surface. These universe furnaces were not the true body though, merely portals to the world inside of it. As if breathing, the universe furnace would occasionally disperse a wondrous aura from its entrances. If anyone was able to cultivate near the furnace opening, they would receive a lot of benefits. However, who would be thinking of cultivating by the opening when the universe furnace had emerged? It was more important to enter the universe furnace for opportunities. Outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, the many years of peace gave way to battle once more. The Black Ink clan inside the grand restriction knew that the universe furnace was a great opportunity for the humans, so to stop the suppressing Black Ink army from entering, the Black Ink clan was willing to do whatever it took to launch an attack on them, forcing the various masters to remain behind to hold the line. A 100,000-meter-long white dragon weaved through the fighting, killing dozens, if not hundreds with each blow he struck. But soon, 2 royal lords made huge sacrifices to rush out of the gap in the grand restriction and pin him down. Royal lords were heavily injured if they tried to leave the primordial heaven source grand restriction through the opening Wu Kuang had made. Previously, Fu Guang killed several royal lords who had been affected this way, so the enemy knew that in a one-on-one fight, these royal lords were no match for him, but it was not as easy for him to kill them when he was up against 2 of them at once. Not counting the Black Ink giant spirit gods, royal lords were at the peak of what was possible for the Black Ink clan to field and were by no means easy targets. It was already proof of how strong Fu Guang was that he could go up against 2 of them without being at a disadvantage. It even looked as if he could overpower them given enough time. On the suppressing Black Ink fortress, the suppressing Black Ink army was doing its best to fend off the enemy. Scores of formidable auras filled the sky as beams of destructive light shot out towards the swarming Black Ink clan. It seemed as if the humans had the situation under control, but more and more enemies kept pouring out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, including many innate territory lords. If things continued on this way, the pressure would only grow more intense. 58th Order Masters quietly stood atop the suppressing Black Ink fortress, not joining the fight. They were the chosen 8th Order Masters who would enter the universe furnace in search of opportunities. They should have rushed straight into the universe furnace when it opened, but the Black Ink clan's attack put a stop to their plan. This was unsurprising, as the Black Ink clan would not have allowed the humans to gain more benefits without a fight. The Black Ink clan had already predicted this when the illusory phantom of the universe furnace first appeared. The divine dragon swam through the void as his murderous intent flared wildly. He defended himself from the 2 royal lords who were charging at him as his dragon roars echoed thunderously. "Go now! What are you waiting for?" Fu Guang saw that the 58th Order Masters had not moved, so he could not resist scolding them. Transmissions were coming from other 8th Order Masters fighting on the battlefield too. "If you miss your chance now, it will never appear again. Hurry up and enter the universe furnace. You don't need to worry about us. As long as the suppressing Black Ink fortress remains standing, the suppressing Black Ink army will not fall." Still, the 58th Order Masters atop the wall did not move. The entrance to the universe furnace was wide open, and it would only take them a moment to dive inside to seize the opportunity that would allow them to reach the peak of martial Dao. It was not as if they did not long for that. However, there was something else they cared about as well. Xianxia laughed and said, "I only want this opportunity so that I can kill more enemies. Now that the enemy is right in front of me, why must I go round the sun to reach the moon? I shall partake in my share of the kills first." He rushed into the battle as soon as he finished speaking, and Xianxia followed immediately after without saying a word. The 2 of them seemed to move in unison as they lunged at a territory lord who was trying to sneak up on a human master. The 50 figures flew out from the walls, but none of them headed for the universe furnace, instead rushing straight onto the battlefield to join the battle. Fu Guang saw this from afar and sighed, but he did not try to talk them out of it. The suppressing Black Ink army was small, only numbering 6,000 in total. Though the army had more than 400 8th Order Masters and the suppressing Black Ink fortress, which was a mobile palace artifact on par with the great passes of old, it took the genuine unity displayed by all of them to hold back the torrent of Black Ink clansmen that flooded out from the gap in the primordial heaven source grand restriction. As the 58th Order Masters fearlessly joined the fight, the suppressing Black Ink army soon gained the upper hand. The Black Ink clan had not expected the human masters to not be tempted by the great opportunity they had in front of them, so they were caught off guard and took a heavy blow. Unfortunately for the Black Ink clan, they could not stop midway through the battle. Previously, they attacked the suppressing Black Ink army and were willing to sacrifice so many soldiers, including multiple royal lords, just to keep Fu Guang and Wu Kuang fully occupied. That way, they could probe the grand restriction for weaknesses to let innate territory lords sneak out. It was an enormous sacrifice, but also a resounding success. At least 1,000 innate territory lords had managed to sneak out undetected. However, once the situation was discovered and Wu Kuang patched the vulnerability they exploited, the Black Ink clan ceased all combat. They knew there was no point in carrying on with the unnecessary sacrifices as the humans were now on full alert. The human race master who was controlling the grand restriction now would never allow himself to be tricked in the same way again, and it was basically impossible for the Black Ink clan to mount a decisive attack that could overwhelm the human army outside the gap. If they could not break past the humans' defenses outside, they would only be wasting their forces by trying. Thus, they did not launch any attacks in the past few years until the Universe Furnace showed up. To stop the human race masters of the suppressing Black Ink army from entering the Universe Furnace and obtaining opportunities for themselves, the Black Ink clan began a full-scale assault again. They thought this situation would turn in their favor, but who knew that the suppressing Black Ink army would choose to stand and fight? The human race masters were not at all blinded by the opportunity that was right at their fingertips and fully focused on the battle instead. This meant that the Black Ink clan were caught in a seemingly hopeless situation. It would be a waste of resources if they continued sending out more soldiers, but if they did not, then those who had already left the primordial heaven's source grand restriction would be wiped out, including 2 royal lords. They were caught between a rock and a hard place. While the suppressing Black Ink army and the Black Ink clan were engaged in a fierce battle outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, the Black Ink clan was in complete control of the barren territory. There was also a phantom of the Universe Furnace in the barren territory, and it was impossible for the human race army to approach it. No human had entered the barren territory over the past few millennia except for Xianxia, who had passed by a few times. The Black Ink clan had arranged for countless clansmen to wait by the Universe Furnace. Once it opened, the Black Ink clan army hesitantly checked it out before a few of their territory lords led the charge into the Universe Furnace. Soon, they disappeared inside the Universe Furnace world. Meanwhile, within the space on the Black Ink battlefield, Missouri Na-Yi, who was restrained here, had been on edge for nearly 2 years. But after seeing no sign of Xianxia, he was certain that the latter had somehow left this place. Although he did not know how that was possible, or what the swirl that devoured Xianxia was, it was still a good thing for him. At least, he did not have to worry about Xianxia appearing all of a sudden to kill him. There was no threat to his life now, but the injuries he previously sustained were quite serious and he could not tend to them while he was being held down here. When the illusory phantom of the Universe Furnace solidified and the opening appeared, Mo Na-Yi felt the ground shaking and the void fluctuating. When he came back to his senses, he was already inside a vast, boundless space. Mo Na-Yi instantly raised his guard as his divine sense flooded out in all directions. Though he did not detect any signs of danger, he did not relax as he had no idea what would happen to him after suddenly appearing in a strange new place. A moment later, it struck him that he could be inside the Universe Furnace right now. After comparing his experience to the way Xianxia had disappeared earlier, he came up with a possibility. Xianxia entered the Universe Furnace world approximately 2 years ago, so that was why he never showed up. All of a sudden, Mo Na-Yi felt a heightened sense of danger. If he ran into Xianxia here in his present, injured state, there was no guarantee as to who would survive the clash. Mo Na-Yi forcefully composed himself, but did not move away from his spot immediately. He had entered the Universe Furnace from that strange, folded space, so if the territory lords outside had even the semblance of sense, they would have noticed something had happened. Regardless of whether they made the decision themselves or consulted with the royal lord instead, the territory lords would most likely be entering soon. Mo Na-Yi was going to stay in this spot and wait for them. He would only feel safe when he regrouped with others. However, to his disappointment, despite waiting for quite some time, he did not see any signs of the territory lords. When the phantom of the Universe Furnace solidified and the opening appeared, Mo Na-Yi's aura disappeared too. Outside the Universe Furnace, the territory lords who had set up the heaven-sealing earth-locking Grand Array were at a loss. They had arranged the Grand Array here to stop Xianxia from fleeing. But Xianxia was long gone and Mo Na-Yi had now disappeared as well. So what were they supposed to do? Furthermore, When the projection of the universe furnace solidified, a mysterious power arose from the furnace opening. It seemed to have turned into a passage that led into another world. The territory lords had a quick discussion before sending a report back to No Return Pass to seek guidance from Royal Lord MOU. Meanwhile, MOU received reports from the barren territory which stated that after the solidification of the universe furnace's illusory phantom, the universe furnace itself did not show up. Instead, a strange passage appeared at the furnace opening. It seemed to be the entrance to the universe furnace, and the Black Ink clan army stationed at the barren territory had started entering it to explore. It dawned on MOU at that moment that the Black Ink clan's understanding of the universe furnace had been wrong. The dozen or so illusory phantoms had always been portals to the universe furnace. Realizing this, he immediately ordered the territory lords to enter the universe furnace to aid Mo-Na-Yi. After getting the order, the territory lords outside the opening did not hesitate. They quickly made some preparations before rushing into the furnace. However, when the territory lords entered the universe furnace, they realized that they had all been sent to different places. Even though they had entered from the same opening, they were now standing alone in a vast void. This was the reason why Mo-Na-Yi did not see any of the territory lords coming to his aid despite waiting around for a long time. He had no choice but to leave and find a secure location. What was most important for him right now was to find a way to tend to his injuries. Battles broke out at the same time across all the different great territory battlefields. The Black Ink clan did not know much about the universe furnace, so for the past years, they basically moved to mirror the actions of the humans. When the human race gathered their armies outside the universe furnace, the Black Ink clan followed suit. When the humans moved their masters around, the Black Ink clan did likewise. Essentially, they decided the best counter was to mimic the humans' actions. This was an astute move on the Black Ink clan's part, and it was Mo-Na-Yi who came up with it. He thought that since they did not know much, they should simply respond as their enemy did. On the battlefields across the void, the human race army and the Black Ink clan army gathered around the entrances to the universe furnace as they engaged in a fierce battle. With every breath, countless lives were lost. Mi Jingluan was at the Supreme Headquarters overseeing everything when a series of reports came in one after the other. Soon, a deep frown was etched on his forehead. There had been an unexpected turn of events on the great territory battlefields. The human army had managed to break through the Black Ink clan's blockade in 3 of the great territory battlefields and killed countless enemies in an extremely short amount of time. There was no one around to stop the human race masters from their charge. The reason behind this was that the Black Ink clan did not assign any of their territory lords to defend these 3 great territory battlefields. Not a single territory lord showed up, and even the feudal lords were few and far between. On these 3 great territory battlefields, while the Black Ink clan army was large in numbers, they were obviously only there to draw the humans' attention. Most of the soldiers were just expendable cannon fodder. Mi Jingluan immediately realized what was happening. The Black Ink clan had already decided to give up on these 3 great territory battlefields long ago. But they moved their troops in secret to trick the humans into thinking that there were still territory lords positioned there. Even Mi Jingluan could not help but feel respect for his opponent's bold choice to give up on 3 great territory battlefields. This has to be that pseudo-royal Lord Mo-Na-Yi's doing. No one else in the Black Ink clan could make such a prompt and resolute decision except for him. The human race and the Black Ink clan had been fighting on these 3 great territory battlefields for several millennia now, sacrificing countless lives. Making a snap decision to give up on 3 of them would not only negate all the sacrifices made, but it could also have a great impact on the future. Mi Jingluan was willing to admit that he would not be able to make this decision on behalf of the human race. It was not as if he was any less bold than Mo-Na-Yi, but because the 2 parties were in different positions. Throughout these years, the human race had been fighting tooth and nail to ensure they did not surrender even a single step of territory to the enemy. The more great territories the Black Ink clan claimed, the worse the situation got for the humans. Therefore, no matter how dire the situation was, the human race armies could never give up on any great territory battlefield. Many years ago, Mi Jingluan started keeping an eye on Mo-Na-Yi after being tipped off by Yang Kai. Even though Mi Jingluan and Mo-Na-Yi never physically crossed paths throughout their millennia of war, the former had a fairly solid understanding of the latter's wits. Thus, the moment he received the reports regarding the 3 great territory battlefields, Immortality immediately popped up in his mind. One could say that the human race armies had made a clean sweep of these 3 great territory battlefields. Wherever they went, the Black Ink clan fell defenselessly, and if this situation continued, it would take less than a few months for the human race to completely claim these 3 great territory battlefields for good. The Black Ink clan would not be able to survive there. Nevertheless, Mi Jingluan was not pleased by this at all. The Black Ink clan had voluntarily given up on 3 great territory battlefields and did not assign any of their masters to stand guard in those areas. Instead, they sent a large army of expendable soldiers to keep the human race occupied. This meant that the Black Ink clan could assign even more masters to the other great territory battlefields. Why did the Black Ink clan, or rather Mo-Na-Yi, make such a decision? Even if sacrifices needed to be made for the greater good, Mo-Na-Yi must have known what would happen when he made this decision. Do they not have enough masters? Over the years, the Black Ink clan had added numerous territory lords to their ranks, and many more innate territory lords had snuck out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction just recently, so it was unlikely for them to lack masters. All of a sudden, a thought occurred to Mi Jingluan. After taking into account the various reports he had received in the past, he immediately came to a conclusion and swiftly yelled to the group of aides beside him, "Quick! Send word to all the armies to be wary of pseudo-royal lords." He had underestimated the Black Ink clan's fervor and determination. Now that the universe furnace had surfaced, the Black Ink clan would undoubtedly fight the human race for the great opportunities available. Regardless of what happened, they would surely create a few pseudo-royal lords to shift the odds in their favor. Furthermore, a hefty number of innate territory lords had snuck out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, which meant that the Black Ink clan had more than enough innate territory lords to create pseudo-royal lords. Mi Jingluan was not completely caught off guard by this, as he knew all along that the Black Ink clan would soon begin creating more pseudo-royal lords, but he had not expected them to move so quickly. Fortunately, the human race had developed countermeasures for this exact scenario. Although the pseudo-royal lords were powerful, they could not wield all of their strength and were thus considerably weaker than true royal lords. Over the past years, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been practicing numerous battle formations specifically to face these pseudo-royal lords. As a worthy strategist and the supreme commander who oversaw all the military operations of the human race, Mi Jingluan had already done his best to consider all the possibilities he could possibly imagine. However, from the looks of things now, there would be far more pseudo-royal lords than he expected. Why would the Black Ink clan have insufficient masters, forcing them to abandon several battlefields? It took the sacrifice of over a dozen innate territory lords to create just one pseudo-royal lord, so if many of the former were lost to create the latter, then it made sense why the Black Ink clans had insufficient numbers. Furthermore, in recent years, the reports from various battlefields confirmed that many of the innate territory lords that were usually seen on the front lines seemed to have disappeared, while a few unfamiliar ones had shown up in their place. The innate territory lords who disappeared must have gone to the no-return pass and taken part in the plan to create pseudo-royal lords. As for the unfamiliar ones, they were most likely the innate territory lords who snuck out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Mi Jingluan did not think the territory lords from the primordial heaven source grand restriction were involved in the plan to create pseudo-royal lords at the moment, as they were heavily injured. It would take them at least a century or two before they could be fully restored. However, even if Mi Jingluan only took into account the original number of innate territory lords that the Black Ink clan had, it would still be a terrifying amount if all of them were involved in the plan to create pseudo-royal lords. As soon as Mi Jingluan gave the order, streaks of light flashed in from the distance as messengers brought in new reports from the great territory battlefields. Mi Jingluan swiftly scanned through them, and soon, all the color drained from his face. What he was most worried about had indeed occurred. The pseudo-royal lords that appeared were far higher in number than what he predicted. For pseudo-royal lords had shown up in profound nether territory alone. The battle took a sudden turn as the 4 pseudo-royal lords burst forth on the battlefield in 4 different critical locations. They managed to break past their defenses, which resulted in heavy casualties. Thankfully, the Eighth Order Masters had swiftly assumed their battle formations and were able to stabilize the situation, even if barely. That being said, things were not looking good in profound Nether territory, and it seemed unlikely that the human race could seize control of the entrance there. Numerous pseudo-royal lords had also appeared across the various great territory battlefields where intense fights were taking place. Even the heavily wounded innate territory lords with weak auras that snuck out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had joined the battlefields. These innate territory lords were greatly weakened and could not stand against the Eighth Order Masters, but they were still innate territory lords, and those lower than the Eighth Order could not hold their own against them. Thus, their presence was an added burden to the human race armies. There was only one thing that Mi Jingluan was thankful for. Even though the Black Ink clan had more pseudo-royal lords than expected, it was not to the point where the human race's situation became hopeless. Judging from the reports, he also surmised that the heavily injured innate territory lords from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction really could not take part in the creation of pseudo-royal lords. This was the only silver lining. Otherwise, the human race would have suffered a devastating loss today. The Black Ink clan had sacrificed a great number of seasoned innate territory lords to create a group of pseudo-royal lords. Even though they were fewer in number now, when it came to raw power, theirs had greatly increased. Thus, the Black Ink clan quickly gained the upper hand throughout the various great territory battlefields as they managed to catch the humans off guard. However, the humans were not on the losing end on every single great territory battlefield. In Azure Sun territory, pure yin and yang energy melded together in the void to create the image of a giant yin-yang fish that covered a vast expanse. The dead bodies of several innate territory lords were caught within the yin-yang fish as the auras of four figures clashed, spreading massive waves of destruction all around them. One of the silhouettes was a tall and slender woman. Her long hair fluttered behind her as murderous intent radiated from her form. Even though she was up against 3 opponents, she was still able to hold on with the help of her divine ability. She was one of the few Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that the human race possessed. It was Luo Tinghe of Yinyang Cave Heaven, who once stood guard over the suppressing Black Ink Fortress. She and old ancestor Xiao came from the same sect. Thus, the secret arts and secret techniques that they cultivated were quite similar. The Yinyang fish was one of Luo Tinghe's strongest divine abilities. This was not just seen in its ability to slaughter enemies, but more importantly, in its ability to restrain opponents. Back when old ancestor Xiao faced off against the Royal Lord of Great Evolution Theater, she used the same divine ability countless times. At this moment, Luo Tinghe did her best to keep her divine ability above the entrance to the universe furnace as she fought against the 3 pseudo-royal lords. It had not been long since she became a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. At most, it could only be rounded up to 2,000 years. Forget reaching the peak of her cultivation. It was barely long enough for her to consolidate her realm. However, she was still a genuine Ninth Order Master. It would be easy enough for her to deal with a single pseudo-royal lord, and she would not lose her ground against 2 either. But 3 was pushing the limit, so she had to rely on the power of her divine ability to fight back. The auras of yin and yang converged inside the yin-yang fish to form invisible millstones. The 3 pseudo-royal lords tried their hardest to break away, but they could not get out. The grinding from that mysterious aura made them incredibly irascible. No one dared to get near the 4 masters as they engaged in battle after a few innate territory lords had accidentally gotten caught up and wound up dead. However, it was not 3, but rather 5 pseudo-royal lords in total who came to Azure Sun territory. This battlefield had always been a crucial one in the battle between the humans and the Black Ink clan, so the latter would naturally send a sizable number of their pseudo-royal lords over. They had considered the possibility of a Ninth Order Master being on the battlefield, but they never thought that a Ninth Order Master would be powerful enough to pin down 3 pseudo-royal lords alone. The other 2 pseudo-royal lords were not having it easier either. Each of them was up against 5 Eighth Order Masters who formed a 5 elements formation. This enabled the human masters to fight evenly against a pseudo-royal lord as neither party was able to overpower the other. The humans were the ones who came up with the battle formations first. When the territory lords went up against Xianxia, they were able to form 4 symbols formations, but they could rarely form the 5 elements formation. However, the same could not be said of the humans. As long as the Eighth Order Masters were familiar with each other, they could easily form a 5 elements formation. In fact, the humans' highest record was a 7 stars formation formed by 7 Eighth Order Masters. Such a battle formation would even enable the human race to face off against a true royal lord, though there was no guarantee as to who would win the fight. However, even the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would have a hard time forming battle formations that required even more numbers such as 8 desolations or 9 palaces. This was because everyone possessed powerful cultivation, and the higher the cultivation, the harder it was to form a battle formation. This was the reason why Yang Kai was astounded by the way Zhang Ruoxi managed to control her small stone race army to form the incredibly complex Second Order and even Third Order 9 palaces formation. All 5 of the pseudo-royal lords were pinned down. Azure Sun territory had always been an essential area for the human masters. Therefore, there were many of them here, and the humans had the upper hand across the entire battlefield. It would not be difficult for them to gain control over the entrance to the universe furnace here. However, the situation remained troublesome for them as Bloodcrow had reported that the entrance to the universe furnace would only remain open for 3 days. Once 3 days were up, it would disappear once more. Therefore, the humans would have to enter within 3 days if they wanted to seize the opportunities awaiting them inside the universe furnace, or otherwise it would be too late. Only those in at least the 7th Order could enter the universe furnace in search of an opportunity, as it was pointless to enter if one's cultivation realm was too low. Those below the 7th Order would just needlessly lose their lives if they ran into a territory lord or even a feudal lord. Therefore, the humans curated a list of numerous 7th Order and 8th Order Masters who were given the right to enter the universe furnace when it opened this time. That being said, not everyone who had the right to go in could do so, as the humans could not enter the universe furnace if the Black Ink clan controlled the entrance. Even if the human race had the upper hand on some of the battlefields, these 7th Order and 8th Order Masters could not enter at will. Quite often, these chosen few were the core pillars in the battle of the armies they served in, so if they all just left, the advantage they had would be lost almost immediately as the tides turned against the humans. As a result, none of the humans on the various great territory battlefields had entered the universe furnace yet. They were doing their best to cull the enemy, as they would only be able to leave in peace once the threat posed by the enemy was under firm control. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan knew little about the universe furnace, so even though their masters deduced that the universe furnace opening was an entrance to a sealed world, they dared not make any hasty decisions when they did not have any clear evidence. In addition to that, the humans were also doing their best to suppress the Black Ink clan in the fight, so the latter had to match them with equal force. Thus, masters from both sides fought furious battles around the universe furnace openings on all the different great territory battlefields. With each passing breath, scores of masters from both sides died as their souls were extinguished in the empty void. In Azure Sun territory, Luo Ting he managed to occupy 3 pseudo-royal lords all by herself. It took a lot of effort from her, but she was still able to hold her own against them for now. However, in a different great territory, another 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was going all out to kill a pseudo-royal lord. This 9th Order Master had a burly physique and wielded a long spear in a fashion quite dissimilar to Yang Kai's supreme limitless spear art. Each swing, sweep, or stab of his spear was imbued with a tyrannical might. The pseudo-royal lord he was hunting down could not fight back at all, as he sustained a series of injuries. He would have been killed by now if it had not been for the support he received from another pseudo-royal lord. This 9th Order Master was Wei Junyang of Great Battle Heaven. Luo Ting he was not the only new 9th Order Master that the human race added to their ranks over the last few millennia. Wei Junyang of Great Battle Heaven was another one, and he happened to be another old acquaintance of Yang Kai's. During Yang Kai's time with the Profound Nether Army, Wei Junyang had once been a division commander under the former's command. He was one of the few humans who had the aptitude to reach the 9th Order back before the appearance of the Open Heaven Realm Cradles. Once the situation in Profound Nether territory was calmed, he went into seclusion to focus on his cultivation. Xianxia could not easily reach the 9th Order because his order had fallen once in the past, but Wei Junyang had not encountered such a setback. Though his aptitude was considered a little poorer than Xianxia's, his foundation was solid. Hence, after Luoting he broke through and became a Ninth Order master, he soon followed suit. However, Mi Jingluan kept him hidden all this while to prevent him from being noticed by anyone else until the fierce battle broke out today. On this great territory battlefield, Wei Junyang wielded the power of a Ninth Order master as he charged right at the enemy. Cultivators from Great Battle Cave Heaven were undeniably disciplined and militaristic, but they were also all eager to fight, and Wei Junyang was no exception. He did not have a divine ability or secret technique that could restrain formidable enemies the way Luoting he did. All he had to rely on was the long spear in his hands. As soon as he showed up, Wei Junyang shot straight towards one of the pseudo-royal lords and unleashed an all-out strike powered by the full might of his cultivation. He almost managed to split the targeted pseudo-royal lord in two right there and then. Even though the pseudo-royal lord escaped his doom, he was thoroughly terrified now. Following that, the scene of Wei Junyang hunting down the pseudo-royal lord unfolded across the battlefield. It was as if he had zeroed in on this pseudo-royal lord and would not stop until the latter died under his spear. Another pseudo-royal lord had noticed the dire situation and immediately moved to assist. Thus, the scene changed to Wei Junyang chasing after a pseudo-royal lord, while another pseudo-royal lord chased after him. The three figures crossed tens of millions of kilometers as they weaved through the great territory battlefield. Wherever they passed through, masters from both sides all scrambled to get out of the way. Wei Junyang's method was a little blunt and reckless, but it was his resolute stance that enabled him to completely occupy two pseudo-royal lords while really only facing one of them at a time, allowing him to completely control the pace of the fight as all momentum was on his side. If he had to face off against the two pseudo-royal lords in a 2-on-1 fight, he would only be able to keep things even at most. The Black Ink clan had also sent 5 pseudo-royal lords to this great territory, but 2 of them were currently occupied by Wei Junyang, and the one getting chased down was at risk of dying at any moment. As for the other 3, they were similarly held up by the Eighth Order masters who formed battle formations. The divine abilities and secret techniques of the masters on both sides burst out across the battlefield in great sparks. The 2 armies formed long defense lines that snaked across the void as they fought with great intensity. On these frenzied battlefields, 3 days felt like forever. As time passed, the situation across the messy battlefields slowly settled into place. Apart from the 3 battlefields that the Black Ink clan had given up on, the 2 armies on the other great territory battlefields were beginning to solidify their control over the openings of the universe furnace. To put it simply, both sides had their wins and losses. The final moments were approaching, and the human race masters on the list began gathering near the openings to the universe furnace. They had to enter now, or else the openings would vanish and it would be too late. While they no longer needed to get involved in the battle outside, there was still a battle waiting for them inside the universe furnace. In Azure Sun territory, Luoting he was still keeping the 3 pseudo-royal lords occupied, but her Inyang fish could not hold out much longer. The moment her divine ability faltered, she would no longer be able to restrain all 3 of these enemies. Thus, when Luoting he saw that most of the chosen human masters had gathered, she ordered, "Go!" The 7th Order and 8th Order masters had been prepared for this and all jumped into the opening to the universe furnace without hesitation. All at once, they disappeared inside. Their actions shocked the Black Ink clan. Even though they had deduced that the opening was an entrance to a sealed world, they dared not be certain about it. Now that they saw what the humans did, they realized that it was indeed as they had thought. The opportunity from the universe furnace was inside, and the human race masters had already rushed in. If the humans gained any more Ninth Order masters, then the Black Ink clan would have wasted countless lives and resources for nothing. Therefore, when the Black Ink clan noticed what was happening, they immediately began focusing their attacks on the entrances, and the 3 pseudo-royal lords who were being suppressed by Luoting, he found the chance to unleash a joint attack. The turbulent force from their combined strikes warped the Inyang fish. It looked as if it would crumble at any moment now. Initially, the humans had the advantage in Azure Sun territory, but what they worried about had indeed happened. Once a large group of human race masters entered the universe furnace, they lost their advantage and the Black Ink clan seized the chance to go on the offensive. The human race army formed lines of defense all around the opening, But once the Black Ink clan charged at them, the lines began to buckle. All at once, the human race was under great pressure. At the same time, the three pseudo-royal lords finally broke free of Luoting He's suppression. The moment the Yin-Yang fish divine ability shattered, the three of them turned into streaks of darkness that flashed in three different directions. Luoting He could only stop one while she could not do anything about the other two. Thankfully, after 3 days of intense battle, both she and the three pseudo-royal lords had used up a lot of their strength and could not fight at their peak anymore. Even though they broke free, they did not pose a huge danger to the humans. A fury of divine senses streaked across space as the Black Ink clan higher-ups discussed their next move. It was clear that the opening in the universe furnace could be entered, and the opportunity had to be inside. If they ignored the universe furnace, they were strong enough to gain the upper hand on this great territory battlefield. But the human race had a ninth-order master here, so their advantage would not necessarily turn the tides in their favor. Nevertheless, soon they came to a decision. They decided to give up on the flimsy advantage they had and instead send their own masters into the universe furnace to stop the humans from seizing the opportunities, lest the humans gained even more ninth-order open heaven realm masters. The orders went out in secret, and under the command of the pseudo-royal lords, these masters swiftly charged towards the entrance to the universe furnace. They thought the humans would do their best to stop them, and the pseudo-royal lords were mentally prepared to sacrifice some of their masters in order to achieve their goal. But things did not go the way they assumed. Many managed to rush over from all directions and enter the entrance without needing to waste much energy. They could charge straight into the universe furnace. It was as if the humans did not want to stop them. In reality, it was not that the humans did not want to stop them, but the phantom of the universe furnace was colossal and the opening was just too massive. If the Black Ink clan was determined to enter the universe furnace, the humans could not stop all of them. Since they could not do so, they decided to voluntarily let some of their enemies pass, as this would take some pressure off those who remained outside. This was the strategy that those at the Supreme Headquarters had come up with. Mi Jingluan oversaw all the military operations from his place at the Supreme Headquarters, so it was not at all surprising that he foresaw the possibility of the current situation taking place. Once a large number of the human race masters entered the universe furnace, the humans would be weakened and the remaining masters outside would be under intense pressure. If they tried to stop the Black Ink clan completely, it would only result in unnecessary casualties. The best way to ease the burden was to allow some enemies to enter the universe furnace. Naturally, just how many they should allow entry would depend on the situation on the respective great territory battlefields. If too many Black Ink clan masters entered the universe furnace, then things would get harder for the humans inside, but if too few were let in, they could not alleviate the pressure off those who remained on the battlefields. It was a fine line, and the human race masters who were in charge of these battlefields would have to decide at their own discretion. Thus, once a certain number of masters from the Black Ink clan rushed into the universe furnace, Luoting He, who seemed exhausted just moments ago, immediately changed. She seemed to burst forth with renewed energy as the yin-yang fish reappeared beneath her and rapidly spread across the void. She then glared at the pseudo-royal lord she had been keeping occupied the whole time and growled, "Ready for round 2? As soon as her crisp, cold voice sounded, it was time for the pseudo-royal lord to meet his doom. In the end, Wei Junyang failed to kill the pseudo-royal lord he was hunting down. Even though pseudo-royal lords could only wield around 70% of a true royal lord's power, they were still formidable enough that it would not be easy to get rid of them in one fell swoop. Furthermore, it had not been long since Wei Junyang became a ninth-order master, so his heritage was even weaker than Luoting He's. The situation would not be the same if he reached the peak of ninth order. At times like this, Wei Junyang felt envious of Yang Kai's space secret techniques. He believed that if Yang Kai reached the ninth order, it would have been child's play for him to kill a pseudo-royal lord. He could simply use a space secret technique to prevent his opponent from running away from him, whereas Wei Junyang had to doggedly chase down his opponent and still come up short. While Wei Junyang did not want to give up on the chase, time was running out, and he had no other choice. The entrance to the universe furnace was about to close, and he needed to head back over to stand guard over the area and take command of the situation. Otherwise, unexpected crises might occur once the human race masters enter the universe furnace. Even though he could not kill off the pseudo-royal lord, he did manage to severely injure him. For now, that pseudo-royal lord would not be able to do anything else but return to a black ink nest to recuperate. With Wei Junyang personally overseeing the entrance to the universe furnace, the situation there quickly stabilized. Similarly to Azure Sun territory, the human race masters were the first to swiftly enter the universe furnace. Soon, the Black Ink clan masters rushed over as well, and the humans readily allowed some of them to pass through. Things went according to plan at both of these great territories, which had Ninth Order masters overseeing them. Even on the great territory battlefields where the human race were the ones at a disadvantage, the humans' efforts had not been fruitless. The masters who were chosen to enter the universe furnace had already received their instructions from Mi Jing Luan, and they were currently besieging the Black Ink clan's lines of defense as they stormed their way into the universe furnace. Over at Azure Sun territory, the humans could not stop the Black Ink clan from entering despite being the ones with the upper hand, but the same applied to the Black Ink clan on these great territory battlefields as they could not block all the humans. As the Black Ink clan watched the human race masters disappearing into the universe furnace, their decision solidified. Ever since the appearance of the phantom images of the universe furnace, the Black Ink clan had been mimicking their opponents' every move, and they chose to do so this time too. Since the humans wanted to enter the universe furnace, they were going to enter as well. On these great territory battlefields, the Black Ink clan were the ones in control of the entrances to the universe furnace, so nothing stopped them from heading in. However, they soon encountered the same situation that the humans had. As more of them entered the universe furnace, their advantage on the battlefield slowly diminished. The Black Ink clan were in complete control of the universe furnace entrance on the barren territory, whereas the humans were in control of the openings on the three great territory battlefields that the Black Ink clan had given up. As for the remaining entrances, the advantage oscillated between the two sides, and the situation constantly changed. At last, the 3 days were over, and the universe furnace projections in each great territory suddenly began shaking violently. Everyone was unprepared as they witnessed the universe furnaces abruptly turning into wisps of light before completely vanishing. The disappearance of the universe furnace was a pivotal turning point for the battles on each great territory battlefield. All this while, the two sides had been fighting in the vicinity of the universe furnace projections. Naturally, this brought about certain limitations in terms of the scope of military operations. For the most part, the party with the upper hand would organize their masters near the entrance to guard it. Now that the entrances were gone, the limitations were lifted as well. Wei Junyang took a deep breath. He felt as if he had shrugged off a layer of restraints, and the air was clear again. He raised his long spear as he roared so loudly that his voice reached across the great territory. "Are you ready to die, Black Ink clan bastards?" Previously, he could not freely unleash his full power. As the Ninth Order master who was in command here, he had to consider many variables. Otherwise, he would not have given up on his attempt to kill the injured pseudo-royal lord to come back and stand guard at the entrance to the universe furnace. However, there was nothing to hold him back now. The Black Ink clan in this great territory were going to have to sear a name into their memories. It was going to be his name, Wei Junyang of Great Battle Heaven. Meanwhile, Luo Ting, he was also finally able to unleash her full strength, and she boldly stormed into the Black Ink clan army's ranks. It was as if the Inyang fish had taken on a physical form as the massive image churned through 1,000,000 Black Ink clan soldiers. Yin and Yang swirled together to grind down these enemies, reducing them to smashed meat and pools of blood. Originally, Mi Jing Luan considered sending one of the two new Ninth Order masters into the universe furnace to aid the human race masters as they went in to seize opportunities. However, after a discussion with Xianxia, he gave up on that idea. Once the universe furnace surfaced, the battles between the human race and the Black Ink clan would surely erupt. All the previous agreements and pacts would undoubtedly lose all meaning, and it was far more valuable to have the two Ninth Order masters out on the battlefields instead of inside the universe furnace. The Ninth Order masters did not need to get involved with the goings-on inside the universe furnace. Opportunities always came with risks. If the human race masters inside needed a Ninth Order master to aid them as they went in search of these opportunities, then it would not be unreasonable to consider all their centuries and millennia of cultivation a waste. Furthermore, the area inside the universe furnace was boundless, so even if a ninth order master went in, they might not be able to contribute much. At the time, Bloodcrow, who had been listening on the side, casually remarked, "I don't know whether or not a ninth order master can enter the universe furnace, but the last time it opened, none of the ninth order masters or royal lords went in. Perhaps it's just a coincidence, or perhaps the universe furnace imposes a limit on the cultivation realm of those who enter." Either way, the two new ninth order masters did not enter the universe furnace. However, Mi Jingluan was certain that the dangers inside the universe furnace this time would far surpass all the previous times in history. This was because many pseudo-royal lords had entered as well, and the Black Ink clan most likely did not have pseudo-royal lords the last time the universe furnace emerged, so this situation had no precedent to judge from. It would be a challenging trial for the human race masters who entered the universe furnace this time. When the universe furnace phantoms vanished, tremors were felt across the 3,000 worlds and the entire Black Ink battlefield. Over at Wind Mist territory, Xiao and Wu Qing were sitting cross-legged. World force was circling around them, rippling through the air. There was a rip in the boundary wall in front of them, and a gargantuan arm stretched out. The massive arm looked like a pillar that cut through the void. The chains that wound tightly around the arm were created by the two Ninth Order old ancestors using some kind of joint secret technique. Many millennia had passed since the Black Ink giant spirit god broke through the boundary wall between Wind Mist territory and the Barren territory to let the Black Ink clan army launch its invasion into the 3,000 worlds. Xiao and Wu Qing had been sitting in the same spot for just as many millennia as they engaged in a cross-territory battle with the Black Ink giant spirit god. It was impossible for the two to fight a Black Ink giant spirit god head-to-head, let alone restrain one of his arms, but when they were separated by the boundary wall, the power that the Black Ink giant spirit god could wield greatly weakened. Furthermore, this Black Ink giant spirit god sustained serious injuries previously, which allowed Xiao and Wu Qing to restrain him all these years. Over 1,000 years ago, though, the Black Ink giant spirit god managed to restore much of his strength, causing the two Ninth Order masters to experience even more pressure. Thankfully, Xianxia came in time and used purifying light to grind down their opponent's strength. However, over 1,000 years had passed since then, and the Black Ink giant spirit god's power was restored little by little over that time. Xiao and Wu Qing did not know how much longer they could hold out. The universe furnace had appeared, and they could sense the rumbles of the universe's grand Tao. They exchanged a glance in silence as they knew a major change was about to come. At that very moment, the Black Ink giant spirit god who never bothered to interact with them throughout the many millennia started laughing out of the blue. Its laughter came through the rip. "The humans will soon be exterminated." As its voice came through, the chains around its arm vibrated slightly before letting out a hissing sound. Wu Qing and Xiao did not hesitate even for a breath as they quickly channeled their powers, using their world force to strengthen the chains. The Black Ink giant spirit god did not make another futile attempt. It was as if it had only been testing things out earlier, but even so, the Ninth Order masters felt heavily pressured. "You can run your mouth when you're able to escape unscathed," Wu Qing coldly snorted. The Black Ink giant spirit god scoffed, but did not respond. Wu Qing's expression was dark, and his brow was furrowed tightly. He could tell that the Black Ink giant spirit god could have escaped a long time ago if it wanted to. The latter simply had to cut off the arm that he and Xiao were restraining. However, the Black Ink giant spirit god was evidently unwilling to suffer such a loss. That was why it did not do much and allowed the two to restrain it here. All these years, it was quietly gathering its strength in order to escape unscathed, and from the looks of it, it would happen soon. Moreover, no Black Ink clansman had ever come to disrupt the two throughout these years, and clearly something was strange about that too. They were keeping the Black Ink giant spirit god occupied here, but was it not also doing the same to them? Perhaps the Black Ink clan wants to change things now. Wu Qing could not resist glancing at Xiao, who remained unperturbed. She was holding something in her hand that was hidden beneath her sleeve, and she nodded at him before using divine sense transmission to say, Xianxia had already prepared for this. What she held was something that Xianxia had secretly given her when he came to check on them previously. She had furtively studied the item, and once she realized what it was, She was both shocked and in awe. However, she kept quiet about this and did not even inform Wuxia because too much was at stake, and she had to guard against the black ink giant spirit gods probing. Hence, Wuxia was startled when he heard Xiao and frowned as he asked, "Do you have so much faith in that boy?" Xiao smirked before firmly declaring, "It's not just my faith in him. He has given the human race something that allows us to be this confident." Faith alone was meaningless. What she held in her hand was the most important key to dealing with this black ink giant spirit god. All was well if their opponent chose to stay put and do nothing, but if he tried to escape, it would be time for her to use the trump card in her possession. Wuxia nodded lightly and did not ask for more details. He was also a Ninth Order master, but he was unfamiliar with Xianxia. He had been an army commander at Inyang Pass, then the old ancestor of the Inyang theater during Xianxia's rise to prominence, so his interactions with Xianxia were minimal. He had many rumors which, simply put, described Xianxia as a junior who often created unexpected but definitely pleasant surprises. As such, he took the simple approach of, "I shall wait and see." The air was filled with endless, chaotic Tao essence. It was as if Grand Tao had shattered in this area. Both space and time seemed blurred. This was what it was like inside the universe furnace. It was an expansive world that was mysterious and unimaginable. Xianxia traversed through the void as he used his great sun and moon marks to locate the 9 open heaven pills. He was also familiarizing himself with the environment. He did not know much about the universe furnace, but based on what he experienced, he was able to confirm that the opportunity from the universe furnace was found inside it. Thus, he surmised that both the human race and the Black Ink clan would send a large number of masters into the universe furnace, and Immortality, who was caught inside the universe furnace's projection with him, would have probably entered the universe furnace world by now. Xianxia raised his brow ever so slightly. He was determined to give Immortality a hard time if their paths crossed. Had it been any other time, Xianxia would not be able to hold his own against Immortality, but back when they were in the universe furnace projection, he had given Immortality a heavy beating, so it remained to be seen whether the latter could even wield a third of his power. If they did run into each other, Xianxia might even be able to kill Immortality. Alas, the universe furnace world seemed endless. It would not be easy to run into Immortality. Xianxia quieted his thoughts and continued surveying the universe furnace world. He thought that this sealed world would be empty on the inside. After all, this was merely the space inside the universe furnace. It did not experience the changes of the heavenly way like the many great territories outside. There was nothing but chaotic and disorderly Tao essence inside this place, so what could possibly exist here? However, as Xianxia traveled through the universe furnace world, he realized how mistaken he was. Exceptional scenery was found inside the universe furnace. Mysterious sights could be found wherever the chaotic and disorderly Tao essence gathered. These scenes could rarely be seen outside, and they were similar to the many celestial phenomena he had seen deep within the Black Ink battlefield. The largest of all these was a great river. Xianxia did not know where the great river started or where it ended. It meandered on, and Xianxia followed it as he observed the universe furnace world around him. However, he had been traveling for 3 days and crossed a few billion kilometers already. Yet the end of the river was nowhere in sight. The great river was brimming with the chaotic shattered Tao essence. It seemed to be made entirely out of it, the kind that was impossible for cultivators to absorb and refine. To Xianxia's even greater shock, strange living beings existed inside the great river. When he first encountered the great river, he had approached it out of curiosity as he wanted to check what it was. But soon, he was attacked by an unidentifiable monster. It was hard to describe the monster as, not only did it not have a fixed form, but even its presence was difficult to sense. It seemed to be one with the great river as Xianxia did not detect it at all before it attacked him. Even its strength was hard to ascertain. But fortunately, Xianxia had his guard up the whole time since he was in an unfamiliar environment, allowing him to avoid the attack. After Xianxia's abrupt encounter with this monster, he wanted to catch it and study it close up. A bout of intense fighting took place, but even though he managed to overpower the monster, it swiftly dove into the great river and vanished completely. It was as if it had only been a wave that rippled out of the strange great river or a part of the river itself. Following that encounter, Xianxia made a few more probes and was finally able to confirm that unending dangers were hidden inside the seemingly peaceful great river. Those peculiar monsters were easily found everywhere as well. I can't believe that such a peculiar living thing can be found inside the universe furnace. To avoid wasting time, Xianxia did not enter the great river again to do his inspection. He merely followed it. 3 days later, Xianxia came across a strange scene. He looked up and saw a massive mountain range with towering peaks cutting through the void in front of him. Xianxia was awed by the fact that such things could be seen inside the universe furnace. Not only did he come across the great river that began and ended beyond his sight, but he was also now staring at a colossal mountain range. The mysteries of the universe furnace are far greater than I thought. He used his great sun and moon marks to see if he picked up on anything, but he did not. In other words, the 9 top-quality open heaven pills were not within his detectable range. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xianxia began heading towards the mountain range. He knew too little about the universe furnace, so it was better for him to familiarize himself with his surroundings above all else. Just like the great river that seemed to span the entire universe furnace world, the mountain range seemed perfectly ordinary when observed from a distance. However, upon closer inspection, Xianxia realized that the mountain range was also made up of bountiful shattered Tao essence. It appeared to balance between the line of something that was material and immaterial. The great river was home to those strange monsters, so what about this mountain range? Divine sense seemed to be severely hindered in this place, so even someone of Xianxia's caliber could not examine much further than his immediate surroundings. He experienced this firsthand when he scouted inside the great river, and it seemed to be caused by the interference from the shattered Tao essence. Xianxia moved around without finding anything useful, so he was just about to leave when he came to an abrupt halt and looked into the distance. He noticed some kind of energy fluctuations coming from somewhere up ahead. "There's a fight happening over there." Xianxia raised his brow and immediately dashed over. Soon, he saw the 2 parties engaged in a fight. He was a little startled to find that neither one of the 2 was a friendly party to him. One was from the Black Ink clan, and from the looks of his aura, he was a feudal lord. The other was one of the strange monsters that Xianxia had encountered at the Great River earlier. I didn't think they'd be found in this mountain range either. It had been difficult for Xianxia to determine the power of the monsters he encountered at the Great River, and the same applied to this one as well. Even though he could not detect any form of formidable power inside this monster, it was able to hold its own against a feudal lord and was even beginning to overpower him. The monster did not have a fixed physical form. It was mysteriously able to transform into various shapes as the shattered Tao essence that formed its body kept flowing and moving about. It made the monster look like a mass of flowing water. Shattered Tao essence kept shooting out of its body and turning into streaks of bizarre attacks that made the feudal lord back away in defeat. It was clear that the feudal lord had realized he could not defeat the monster, so after a brief tussle, he began showing signs of retreat. He began channeling black ink strength, and with a flicker of his body, a black ink cloud exploded out of him before enveloping the monster. He used this distraction to flee at once. However, he had not gotten very far when the space around him suddenly solidified, and he felt a tight grip around his neck as someone effortlessly locked him in place. The feudal lord was petrified as he turned around and looked right into a grinning face. A human, an 8th Order master. A terrifying name immediately popped up in the feudal lord's head, and he all but shrieked, "Xianxia!" His heart grew cold. He never would have thought he would be this unlucky. He had only just entered the universe furnace when he was attacked by that strange monster, and before he could even make a proper escape, he was caught by the human-killing star. How am I going to make it out of here alive? "Oh? You recognize me?" Xianxia looked at the feudal lord with a smile before gently setting him down. He did not do anything to restrain the feudal lord, but the latter just stood in front of him in total submission without having even the guts to move. The feudal lord knew that whether it was fighting back or running away, both were absolutely impossible in front of this human race master who held the record for the most Black Ink clan masters killed. He nodded bitterly in response to Yang Kai's question. Of course I recognize you, Sir Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded. His encounter with this feudal lord confirmed his earlier suspicion. The opportunity from the universe furnace would need to be found inside the universe furnace. Since the Black Ink clan had entered, then the humans would have come in as well. However, it was far too vast inside the universe furnace, and the chaotic Tao essence continued to cause interference with one's divine sense, so it would not be easy to run into the other humans. It's just as well. I need someone who can tell me about the situation outside. As such, he swiftly said, Since you recognize me, let's not waste any time. Answer a few of my questions and I'll make sure your end is painless. The feudal lord's expression became even more bitter and melancholic. I knew it. No good will come out of running into the killing star. I won't be leaving with my life. Since he was going to die either way, he decided to ignore Yang Kai. Yang Kai saw right through his thoughts and coolly remarked, After so many years of war, with both sides going all out to kill each other, you from the Black Ink clan have probably never seen what humans can truly do. For instance, I have a method called soul extraction and refinement. Death is not the most painful end out there. There are many fates that are far worse than death. As he spoke, Yang Kai stretched his hand out towards the feudal lord's head, and with a flicker of his divine sense, he ripped through the protection around the latter's soul. Yang Kai withdrew his hand a moment later, but the feudal lord had crumpled to the ground and was trembling violently. His eyes refused to close as they nearly bulged out of their sockets. He had just experienced pain and suffering so terrifying he had never even conceived of it before now. What he felt for just the briefest moment was enough for him to understand what Yang Kai meant by a fate worse than death. I'll ask and you'll answer. You know what'll happen to you if you lie to me or attempt to hide anything. Yang Kai commanded as he looked down at the feudal lord. The feudal lord nodded frantically. He dared not disobey Yang Kai anymore. What's the situation like outside? I don't know. The feudal lord shook his head. His expression was timid as he said, I came in from the entrance on the barren territory, so I don't know what's happening on the other battlefields. This was also why he recognized Yang Kai right away. Since he came from the barren territory, he would have been stationed at the no-return pass not long ago, and Yang Kai had been loitering around outside the no-return pass for the past many years. The feudal lord had seen Yang Kai from a distance when the latter wreaked havoc at the no-return pass a while back. Yang Kai frowned. How many from the Black Ink clan entered from the barren territory? I don't know exactly how many, but we had between 5 and 8 million clansmen at the barren territory, and once the entrance solidified, everyone came in as ordered by Sir Royal Lord. Between 5 to 8 million. Let's go with 7 million then. That's still a significant number. Does the Black Ink clan intend on starting a full-scale war inside the universe furnace? Then again, the Black Ink clan might have even less of an understanding of the universe furnace than Yang Kai did, so they probably didn't expect it to be this complex inside. Even though they threw in several million of their people, they wouldn't be able to accomplish much. Yang Kai quickly thought of something. Since several million of you came in together, why are you here alone? Where are the others? The feudal lord shook his head and said, As soon as I came in, I found myself alone and couldn't see any of my other clansmen. The opening seems to have the ability to affect space. Everyone was separated. Yang Kai frowned the moment he heard this as a flicker of worry emerged in his heart. If the Black Ink clan army had been separated despite entering from the same opening, then it must be the same for the human race masters. In other words, everyone would have to proceed alone the moment they entered the universe furnace, or spend time seeking out allies as soon as possible. However, it would not be easy to find an ally inside the universe furnace. Most of the humans who came in would be 8th Order masters. If they ran into a territory lord alone, it would still be an even fight as both parties were on a similar footing. However, if they ran into a pseudo-royal lord such as Mo then they would be in a disastrous situation. There was no telling how many human race masters would die in this bid for opportunities inside the universe furnace. However, it was possible that those at the Supreme Headquarters would have made some kind of arrangement. Yang Kai had been stuck inside a universe furnace projection ever since it appeared, so he did not have any contact with the humans. That being said, He was aware of Mi Jingluan's meticulous nature. The latter would surely gather as much information regarding the universe furnace as possible and come up with strategies to deal with all the possible scenarios. If I run into a human who's alone, I can lend a hand too. Yang Kai eased his worries with this thought. Now that things had come to this, there was no point in worrying about it. The humans who dared to enter the universe furnace in search of opportunities would have mentally prepared themselves for the possibility of losing their lives. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan who entered were separated too, and since their understanding of the universe furnace was a lot poorer than the humans, they would not have expected this situation. This meant that, for the time being, perhaps the humans were not at a disadvantage when compared to the Black Ink clan. This feudal lord had been stationed at the no-return pass the whole time and had entered from the entrance in the barren territory, so he did not know much about the other great territory battlefields. Yang Kai asked a few more questions, but he could not answer any of them. Since there was no other useful information to glean from this feudal lord, Yang Kai did not want to waste any more time and slowly raised his hand. Upon sensing Yang Kai's motive, the feudal lord hurriedly cried out, "Sir Yang Kai, I will tell you a piece of information that's useful to the humans in exchange for my life." "Oh!" Yang Kai eyed him with interest. "Information that's useful to the humans? What is it?" The feudal lord was sweating profusely as he gritted his teeth and said, "I know you are a man of your word, Sir Yang Kai. I'm sure you won't go back on your promise." "Enough. I'll spare your life if your information does prove to be useful." Yang Kai impatiently cut him off. The feudal lord exhaled in relief and carefully explained, "It's about the open heaven pills that the humans want." Yang Kai frowned and asked doubtfully, "You've seen the open heaven pills?" He had used his great sun and moon marks not long ago and had not sensed anything, which meant that the 9 open heaven pills he marked were not in the vicinity, so where did this feudal lord see them? Amid his puzzlement, the feudal lord pointed behind them and said, "One was devoured by that strange thing back there. I saw it with my own eyes. That's why I got into a fight with it. I wanted to kill it and take the open heaven pill." Yang Kai turned his head around and saw something floundering inside the black ink cloud. It was the monster that came from this place. Yang Kai's lips twitched as he got the gist of it now. The feudal lord did see an open heaven pill, but it was not the kind that Yang Kai was hunting down. It was one of the lower grade ones. Yang Kai had witnessed the creation of the open heaven pills, so that was how he knew there were 2 different grades of open heaven pills, but the Black Ink clan did not. The feudal lord had immediately assumed that the open heaven pill he saw was the opportunity the human race masters wanted. There was nothing wrong with his information, but it barely mattered. Yang Kai slammed his hand against the feudal lord, and with a surge of world force, the feudal lord was sent flying backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was certain that Yang Kai was reneging on the promise and that he was doomed to die, but to his surprise, he landed with his life still intact. "Scram!" Yang Kai's voice rang out from a distance. The feudal lord felt as if he had been granted a heavenly pardon, so he loudly called out, "Many thanks, Sir Yang Kai." Then, he turned into a black ink cloud and fled at once in spite of his injuries. A heavily injured feudal lord was severely weakened, so letting him go was not a big deal. Yang Kai was not someone who would easily choose to renege on a promise he made. Moreover, he could even use this feudal lord to let the word get out that he, Yang Kai, had already gotten an open heaven pill. Some from the Black Ink clan would surely turn their attention onto him, which would ease the burden on the other human race masters. Even though he could not defeat a pseudo-royal lord, he could still escape from one fairly easily. At this moment, Yang Kai's curiosity was mostly piqued by the monster. More specifically, why did it devour an open heaven pill? Yang Kai surmised that these peculiar monsters were common inside the universe furnace, as he had seen a number of them in the Great River and now encountered another one at the mountain range. Open heaven pills are created inside the universe furnace too. Do they benefit these monsters in some way? With a flick of his hand, the black ink cloud left by the feudal lord dispersed to reveal the monster that was still stumbling around woozily. Endless shattered Tao essence flowed and surged like water across its body, which kept changing forms as a result. Previously, Yang Kai did not pay much attention to this monster, But after hearing what the feudal lord said, he took a closer look and finally noticed something unusual. There was indeed an open heaven pill inside the monster. It was wrapped inside the monster's shattered Tao essence, and its aura occasionally peaked only to disappear again. Xianxia could not tell whether this monster counted as a living being or not, but judging by how a black ink cloud from a feudal lord was enough to hinder it, it would not be a living being of high sentience, even if it was technically alive. However, Xianxia was a little puzzled as he wondered why it did not merge with the mountain range. During his explorations back at the Great River, the monsters would merge with the Great River when they realized they could not defeat the one they were up against, which made it hard for Xianxia to track or capture one. Logically speaking, the monster in front of him now would also have the ability to merge with the mountain range. The foundation of both the monster and the mountain range seemed similar as they were both created from shattered Tao essence. It would be possible for them to completely merge together. Alas, Xianxia's thoughts instantly turned into reality. As soon as he finished pondering, the monster showed signs of attempting to merge with the mountain range. He was about to stop the monster when he quickly halted. Xianxia watched as the monster tried to sink into the mountain range, but it was to no avail. It was as if the mountain range rejected it. The monster lay flat on the ground like a puddle of flowing water, and the open heaven pill's aura was exposed once more. It was indeed a lower-grade open heaven pill. Xianxia had collected a few of these earlier, so they were not unfamiliar to him. He could have claimed the open heaven pill for himself if he wanted, but Xianxia was curious to see what would happen, so he did not immediately act. He had a gut feeling that it was more important to figure out why the monster devoured the open heaven pill. The puddle of water started moving and the open heaven pill aura followed along as well. The monster kept trying to merge with the mountain range at different spots, but nothing worked. After observing all of this, Xianxia finally realized why that was the case. The monster had absorbed a trace of the open heaven pill's medicinal efficacies, and the shattered Tao essence that it was made up of changed ever so slightly. That was the reason why it could not merge with the mountain range, though they were originally formed of the same substance. Thoughts began coursing through Xianxia's mind. Does this mean it wasn't pointless for the monster to devour an open heaven pill? Was it an instinctive act? What happens if it completely absorbs the open heaven pill? It was just a unique being that was born inside the universe furnace. After mulling things over for a short while, Xianxia abruptly stretched his hand out in a grabbing motion while opening a portal to his small universe. With the restriction from Xianxia's use of space principles, he was able to grab the fluid-like monster from the ground and toss it into his small universe without giving it any time to react. Then, with a single thought, Xianxia used the power of the small universe to lock down the monster. At the same time, he used the Grand Tao of Time to control the flow of time inside a small restricted area. Time raced forward in that small portion of his small universe. It was already 10 times faster than the outside world, to begin with, and with what he did now, time flew by even faster within the confined region. Xianxia went full force with this. Thus, it was only a blink of an eye in the world outside, but the monster experienced an entire month of time. The monster kept harnessing and refining the medicinal efficacies of the open heaven pill. It was slowly absorbed into its body. Xianxia noticed that an unexpected change was slowly taking place with the chaotic and disorderly Tao essence that originally formed the monster's body. The Tao essence was gaining order and structure, and along with this, the monster's form kept changing as well. When Xianxia first encountered these monsters, he could not even determine whether they were living beings or not because they did not have any of the characteristics found in living beings. Yet, as the monster absorbed the medicinal efficacies of the open heaven pill, its form changed as well, and it was slowly giving off the aura of a living creature. The changes were becoming increasingly noticeable. At last, when the open heaven pill was fully absorbed and completely disappeared inside the monster's body, the monster in front of Xianxia was no longer a mass of free-flowing fluid. Its form kept changing until a silhouette appeared. Then the silhouette continued refining itself until what finally appeared in front of Xianxia's eyes was a figure that looked similar to that of a human. The monster from the universe furnace was able to take on a humanoid physical form after devouring and absorbing the medicinal efficacies of an open heaven pill. It now had 4 limbs and a whole set of facial features. In fact, the monster's outwardly appearance was around 60% to 70% similar to the feudal lord that Xianxia let go. Xianxia began pondering on this. Such an appearance could not be a coincidence. Could it be that this monster has a natural mimetic instinct? When it could finally hold a physical form, did it instinctively take after the feudal lord's appearance because of the fight with him earlier? Xianxia felt a little relieved that he did not interact much with this monster, or otherwise, it would feel pretty strange and uncomfortable if it suddenly assumed a form similar to his own. With the existence of such strange beings, Xianxia swiftly realized that the situation inside the universe furnace was quite likely a lot more complex than he originally thought. Initially, he assumed that it would only be the humans and the Black Ink clan inside the universe furnace as they fought to gain opportunities with the open heaven pills. Anyone he would encounter would either be his ally or his enemy. However, he now realized that perhaps there was a third party as well. There was no denying that the open heaven pills created by the universe furnace were of great use to these monsters who needed them by nature. Since that was the case, it was going to be even more difficult for both the humans and the Black Ink clan to procure the scattered open heaven pills. Ever since the beginning, the universe furnace would create open heaven pills whenever it surfaced. These native monsters would have greatly benefited from the production of these open heaven pills in the past. They would have been able to escape from their chaotic state and gain a new life. The monster that now had a physical form that looked similar to the earlier feudal lord was clearly a special kind of life form. Xianxia could sense some vitality, and the monster was partly sentient now. That was why it was carefully examining the world around it. But alas, it could not discover anything since it was in Xianxia's small universe. There was a third great force inside the universe furnace, and no one knew how strong it was. This was not good news for the human race masters who came in to search for opportunities. The strength of these native monsters cannot be underestimated. A thought occurred to Xianxia, and all of a sudden, his soul avatar manifested in front of the monster in his small universe, and he slammed his palm against it. The fight broke out immediately. Moments later, the dust settled. Xianxia was standing still and staring at the monster's meager remains with a deep frown. He encountered some of these native monsters in the Great River and fought against them there too, but those monsters did not absorb the medicinal efficacies from the open heaven pills and were fairly easy to deal with. The only tricky aspect was the way they merged with the Great River when they were on the verge of defeat, which made them untraceable. However, after his latest probe, Xianxia concluded that the monster that absorbed the medicinal efficacies of an open heaven pill and gained a stable physical form was decidedly harder to deal with. Its most significant characteristic was its endurance. Xianxia was at the peak of 8th order, and his strength far surpassed anyone in the same realm as him. He could even kill an innate territory lord in 3 blows if he went all out. However, he actually had to put in some effort to kill this monster. It seemed to have a naturally strong resistance to the world force inside an open heaven realm master's small universe. The efficacy of the attack was only about 1/3 of its full strength. Furthermore, these monsters' physical bodies were odd and hard to injure. Nevertheless, they had weaknesses too. Tao strengths were able to restrain them significantly. Earlier on, Xianxia harnessed his Tao strengths as he attacked the monster. As a result, the monster howled in agony before disappearing like snow melting under the summer sun, leaving nothing but its destroyed remains behind. Following all the experiments Xianxia did, he came to one conclusion. It was going to be somewhat tricky to deal with these monsters from the universe furnace. After taking the remains out of his small universe, he began to examine everything once more. He only stopped once he confirmed there would not be any lingering danger. The most beneficial opportunities inside the universe furnace were the 9 special open heaven pills that would allow the human race masters to reach the 9th order. However, the ordinary innate open heaven pills were clearly valuable too, so it would not do to pass up on them if found. Since there was an ordinary open heaven pill here, there could be more. Xianxia quickly began his search through the mountain range. It was formed solely of chaotic Tao essence, and it was not easy to search for treasure in a place like this. His divine sense was hindered, and he could not inspect much further from where he was. Thankfully, Xianxia could move quickly and soon finished combing through the mountain range, finding 2 ordinary open heaven pills. Both of these had been swallowed by the native monsters, But due to this, they could not hide their presence and Yang Kai easily found them. With the surge of Dao strengths directed at them, the two monsters swiftly turned into smithereens, and Yang Kai collected the open heaven pills with great ease. All of a sudden, he realized that native monsters shared a similarity with him. They were just as good at escaping as he was. That being said, as long as he was able to restrict their ability to flee, it would not be too hard for him to deal with them. This applied to Yang Kai too, and he quietly mused to himself. The Black Ink clan probably thought of the solution to deal with me too, so that was why they had to set up that heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array. Once again, Yang Kai continued traveling along the meandering Great River. Throughout the journey, he saw many of the curious and intriguing sights of this sealed world that were real eye-openers for him. He did also run into several Black Ink clansmen who were alone. The Black Ink clan army had been separated when they came in, but there were still millions of them, so it was unsurprising that Yang Kai ran into them. There was not much to be said about dealing with them, as Yang Kai just executed them on the spot as soon as he spotted them. Space and time in this place seemed to grow hazy as it was filled with chaotic Dao essence. Yang Kai did not know how long he had been traveling, but after doing so for what must have been quite some time, he suddenly sensed disturbances from a fight taking place up ahead. The cultivation realm of both parties was not low by any means. Yang Kai's gaze hardened as he hid his aura and used space principles to fade into the void before rushing straight for the fight. Soon, he arrived and saw an 8th Order master battling a territory lord. The territory lord seemed to be an acquired territory lord, and the 8th Order master was an unfamiliar face. Yang Kai had never seen him before, so he figured that this person must have become an 8th Order master fairly recently. The two were evenly matched in battle, but both the 8th Order master and the territory lord were clearly holding back, neither of them going all out. This was not because they were averse to killing each other, but because a fight inside the universe furnace would naturally draw attention. If a newcomer was an ally, then it would be great, but if it was an enemy, then the situation would become dangerous. By reserving some of their strength, they would be able to escape if they sensed that things were going south for them. Thus, even though the fight was intense, it was unlikely to result in an actual death on either side. All in all, neither one could defeat the other in this kind of battle. Yang Kai quietly observed for a brief moment before secretly communicating with the 8th Order master. The latter was deeply shocked, but he did not let it show on his face. The next breath, he suddenly caught the territory lord unaware by launching an attack with full force. However, the territory lord had been on guard and swiftly counterattacked with full strength as well. Just then, a figure popped up behind him like a ghost. Mysterious Dao strengths flared as space solidified and time blurred. Just as the territory lord's perception was disrupted by space-time strength, a large hand reached out to him from behind and smashed down on his head. His head collapsed into his chest and his forehead split open. The 8th Order master also launched a series of divine abilities and secret techniques to kill the territory lord at once. He was delighted from having killed a strong opponent and was about to greet Yang Kai when the latter's expression changed. Yang Kai turned in a certain direction. The very next moment, his figure dashed off into the distance and disappeared. "Stay here and wait for me," the 8th Order master heard a voice saying to him. At first, the 8th Order master was a little confused, but he soon realized what was happening and felt belated fear. He knew he would have been in a disastrous situation if Yang Kai had not come along and given him a hand. After cleaning up the battlefield a little and consuming a spirit pill to replenish himself, he stood still and waited. A moment later, Yang Kai reappeared. The 8th Order master immediately cupped his fist and bowed. "Wolf Fong Army. Liao Zheng greets Sir Yang." They were both 8th Order masters, but Liao Zheng looked rather excited. It was as if he was meeting someone he greatly admired. In reality, that was exactly what was happening. Among the rising stars of the human race, no one was as famous or lauded as Yang Kai. Not even Mi Jingluan, who oversaw the Supreme Headquarters or the new 9th Order Masters. The humans went through many crises and difficulties after the Great Evacuation all those years ago, and Yang Kai's efforts largely contributed to the human race's ability to hang on thus far. Without Yang Kai, profound nether territory would have been lost. Without Yang Kai, the the rising stars would not have had a suitable place to temper themselves and cultivate. Without Xianxia, the human race would not have purifying light, and the Black Ink clan would not be hindered as much as they were now. When these rising stars first started cultivating, their seniors told them stories of Xianxia's many contributions. Their seniors wanted them to know how everything the human race had now come to be, and for them to look up to Xianxia and follow in his footsteps. The respect and admiration they had for Xianxia were seared deep into their hearts. It would not be affected no matter how much stronger they became in terms of cultivation. Xianxia nodded lightly and observed the Eighth Order Master before saying with a smile, "We're both Eighth Order Masters. Just address me as senior brother. You don't need to address me as sir." At that moment, he suddenly understood what it must have been like for Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai when they met him back then in Profound Nether Territory. Before he returned to Profound Nether Territory, both Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai were his seniors, but upon meeting them again after becoming an Eighth Order Master himself, they insisted on interacting with him as equals. For Open Heaven Realm Masters, age was not the deciding factor in the way they interacted with and addressed each other. It was based on their cultivation. Liao Zheng was visibly overwhelmed at being shown such respect. He could not bring himself to address Xianxia as senior brother Yang. Xianxia wrapped Liao Zheng up in space principles and said, "This isn't a good place to talk. Come with me." A few moments later, Xianxia and Liao Zheng reappeared beside the great river. Liao Zheng fell into a daze when he saw the magnificent river. He exclaimed, "So, this is the infinite river. It's endless indeed. Do you know about this river?" Xianxia quipped puzzledly. "Before we came in, we received information about what it was like inside the universe furnace." Liao Zheng replied, "Senior brother Bloodcrow also shared some information with us, which included records of the infinite river." Xianxia's eyes lit up. "How much do all of you know about the universe furnace?" Bloodcrow was indeed someone who entered the universe furnace before. He must have gotten the open heaven pills that were stolen and stored in Blood Monster Cave Heaven from the universe furnace. It would not be hard for the humans to gather information about the universe furnace when they had Bloodcrow who had first-hand experience. This information was what Xianxia urgently needed. Although the universe furnace sucked him in much earlier than everyone else, he barely knew anything about the situation here. Liao Zheng quickly took out an empty jade slip. "Please give me a moment, senior brother. I will record everything that I know. Before we came in, senior brother Mi told us that if any of us runs into you, senior brother Yang, we must give you the information about the universe furnace right away." Xianxia nodded and waited. With a surge of divine sense, Liao Zheng soon added all the information he had into the jade slip before passing it to Xianxia. Xianxia took the jade slip and began examining the information. True enough, he saw the records of the infinite river. He noted that the humans intended to use this river as a means of regrouping. They knew beforehand that they would be separated upon entering the universe furnace, and that it would be challenging for them to gather once more because the world inside the universe furnace was boundless. Even though they brought things that would aid them in communication, it would still be difficult to locate each other in such a vast, open space. Though, if they were physically connected in some way, such as holding hands before they entered the universe furnace, then they would be transported to the same place instead of getting separated. Apart from that, nothing else would work, not even if they used aura or a secret technique to maintain a connection. However, the battle had been incredibly intense throughout all the Great Territory battlefields, save for the 3 that the Black Ink clan gave up on from the start. Liao Zheng had come from the Wolf Fang Territory battlefield where the Black Ink clan had the upper hand, so the human masters had to force their way past the Black Ink clan's defense lines to enter the universe furnace. Although they acted together, it was difficult for all of them to maintain physical contact with each other. So Liao Zheng entered the universe furnace alone. Many human masters managed to enter in small groups of 3 to 5, which meant that their safety was less of a concern. After learning this, Xianxia heaved a small sigh of relief. He had been worried that the Eighth Order Masters would suffer if they ran into any pseudo-royal lords, but based on what he knew now, the situation would not be as bad as he thought. Groups of 3 to 5 Eighth Order Masters could form battle formations that gave them a fighting chance against a pseudo-royal lord. For masters who entered the universe furnace separately because they could not maintain physical contact with anyone else, Blood Crow suggested that they locate the infinite river as soon as they arrived and follow it. That way, they would eventually run into allies no matter which direction they traveled. This was a way to meet up with other human race masters who had been separated. That was the reason why Xianxia, who was also following the infinite river as he had no better idea, picked up on the fight between Liao Zhang and the territory lord. Liao Zhang had been searching for the infinite river to regroup with the others. Xianxia continued checking the information and saw some regarding the open heaven pills created inside the universe furnace. It was just as he deduced. There were different grades of open heaven pills. Based on the way Blood Crow categorized them, the 9 best open heaven pills were considered supreme grade while the rest were ordinary grade. Supreme grade open heaven pills could help the human 8th order masters become 9th order masters, but these ordinary grade open heaven pills were extremely valuable too. Consuming them would help a master break through their bottlenecks and save time by forgoing many years of cultivating in seclusion. However, Xianxia began frowning at another piece of information. He looked up and asked, "The supreme grade open heaven pills might help a territory lord become a royal lord?" Did Blood Crow explain why? All along, Xianxia assumed that the open heaven pills from the universe furnace were opportunities that belonged to the human race. Even if the Black Ink clan masters entered this place, they only did so to stop the humans from gaining these opportunities. However, the information he now had stated that the Black Ink clan could also benefit from these opportunities. Xianxia did not understand this. Why is it that a supreme grade open heaven pill can help a territory lord become a royal lord? Liao Zhang explained. Senior brother Xiang asked about this too, and senior brother Blood Crow couldn't explain exactly why that might be the case. He speculated that this is due to the mysterious nature of the open heaven pills. Anyone, regardless of whether they're a human or a Black Ink clansman, would be able to break through their barriers if they consumed a supreme grade open heaven pill. Xianxia frowned as this was troubling news. The Black Ink clan's goal was to stop the humans from gaining these opportunities, but this information meant that they had every reason to seize these opportunities for themselves too. If a territory lord found one of the 9 supreme grade open heaven pills and became a royal lord, then the humans would not only lose a chance to gain a 9th order master, but would also gain a formidable opponent. A gain for one meant a loss for the other. It would be a terrible loss for the humans. The good news was the fact that the Black Ink clan barely knew anything about the universe furnace and even less about the supreme grade open heaven pills. They probably had no idea that the supreme grade open heaven pills were beneficial to them yet. However, this would easily be discovered once a Black Ink clan master managed to get a supreme grade open heaven pill. There was no way of hiding this information. Xianxia was even more concerned by the fact that the supreme grade open heaven pills did not only work on the humans and the Black Ink clan, but even the native monsters would benefit greatly from them. The information inside the Jade Slip included records of the strange monsters inside the universe furnace. They were called chaos entities, and these were the ones Xianxia encountered in the Infinite River and at the mountain range. Blood Crow did have a solid understanding of the situation inside the universe furnace, as expected of someone who had first-hand experience in the search for opportunities. There were different types of chaos entities. The ones made up of chaotic shattered Tao essence were the simplest of the chaos entities. While it was not easy to deal with them, it was not difficult either. As long as the masters attacked with their Tao strengths, they could be defeated. Apart from the countless chaos entities, the universe furnace also had chaos spirits, which had some level of sentience and fixed forms. If the monsters Xianxia encountered in the Infinite River were chaos entities, then the one he shoved inside his small universe and took on a form that was similar to the feudal lord after absorbing the open heaven pill's medicinal efficacies was a chaos spirit. Basically, chaos spirits evolved from chaos entities, and the only thing that separated the two was an open heaven pill. Blood Crow informed the human race masters that it was not a big deal if they encountered a chaos entity. As long as they were not disturbed, they would not attack first as they were not sentient. However, he warned them that if they encountered a chaos spirit, then they had to be extremely careful because each one would be capable of gathering a large number of chaos entities as their subordinates, and these chaos entities would preemptively attack anyone who was not the same type of being as them. If the humans did run into a chaos spirit, they would have to either defeat their opponent swiftly or leave as soon as possible. Xianxia's hair stood on end, when he saw Blood Crow's speculation that there could be Chaos Spirit Kings hidden inside the universe furnace. What was a Chaos Spirit King? Chaos entities who devoured open heaven pills would become chaos spirits. Ordinary grade open heaven pills created ordinary chaos spirits, whereas the supreme grade open heaven pills created chaos spirit kings. This was not baseless guesswork either. The universe furnace had surfaced many times throughout history, and even if only 9 supreme grade open heaven pills were formed each time, it was unlikely that every single one had been taken away by someone from the outside. There would have been extremely lucky chaos entities who managed to absorb and refine supreme grade open heaven pills. Blood Crow did not know how strong a chaos spirit king was, as he never came across one. However, when he previously entered the universe furnace in search of opportunities, he sensed an intense battle taking place in the void very far away from him. It was a fight between a Ninth Order master and some other master. At the time, Blood Crow did not pick up on the aura of anyone from the Black Ink clan, which he was now familiar with. If the Ninth Order master was not battling against someone from the Black Ink clan, then it was clear what the implications were. If Blood Crow was right about this, the so-called Chaos Spirit King would not be any weaker than a Ninth Order master or a royal lord. They all stood at the apex. Xianxia felt a little overwhelmed. Although he had already figured out that there was a third great force inside the universe furnace, he never considered the possibility that they would be harder to deal with than he expected. If the humans did not handle the search for opportunities inside the universe furnace well, it could become a calamity instead. The Jade Slip contained other information and reports about the universe furnace world. So Xianxia read through everything and seared the information into his memory. Then, he destroyed the Jade Slip and asked, "How many people from our side came in?" "I don't know precisely how many, as the Supreme Headquarters made all the arrangements," Liao Zheng replied. "But if we're talking about just the Wolf Fang army, around 600 of us came in. Less than 200 of us are 8th Order masters. The rest are in the 7th Order." Xianxia was startled. 7th Order masters came in as well? However, he soon figured it out. "Is it for the ordinary grade open heaven pills?" Liao Zheng nodded. Many of these 7th Order masters have not reached their limit yet, but because they have not been cultivating for long, they are still facing bottlenecks despite having enough heritage. They're not here for the supreme grade open heaven pills, but they might be able to become 8th Order masters a lot quicker if they find some of the ordinary grade open heaven pills. Xianxia more or less understood Mi Jingluan's arrangement. At this point, the humans kept having new high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters added to their ranks because they had 2 Open Heaven Realm Cradles, which were the Star Boundary and the Myriad Monsters World. These were all rising stars who benefited from the World Tree clones, so they had a higher starting point. Many of them became 6th Order Masters from the get-go. However, even if they were now 7th Order Masters and had enough heritage in their small universes, it was hard for them to become 8th Order Masters within a short time frame, as they had not been cultivating for long. Even someone like Feng Ying, an elite among the humans who had been in countless battles on the Black Ink battlefield, had to spend over 2 centuries cultivating in seclusion before she could go from 7th Order to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, so what more need be said about others? Most masters would encounter a bottleneck of their own unless they were extremely fortunate or had exceedingly solid foundations, though the difficulty of breaking through the bottleneck always varied. Once they reached the bottleneck, they could break through it within a century or 2 if they were lucky, but the unlucky ones might even take up to a few millennia if they ever succeeded at all. The best thing to do was to let these 7th Order masters look for the ordinary grade open heaven pills inside the universe furnace. If they could gain some of these opportunities, then the humans would have more 8th Order masters around, which would be a huge boost in future battles against the Black Ink clan or the Chaos Spirit clan. Compared to the supreme grade open heaven pills, it was far easier to find ordinary grade open heaven pills. Apart from the ones Xianxia seized when the universe furnace emerged, he had also found 2 of them at the mountain range earlier. Based on his earlier observations, there were quite a lot of ordinary grade open heaven pills. The human masters would surely be able to find some unless they were extremely unlucky. This meant that quite a number of the 7th Order masters who came in would soon become 8th Order masters. You mentioned Senior Brother Xiang earlier. Has he become a 9th Order master? Xianxia asked. Liao Zheng shook his head. No, so Senior Brother Xiang came in this time too. Xianxia didn't break through to the ninth order. Yang Kai was a little startled. He thought it would have been fairly easy for Xianxia to do so, but from the looks of it now, he was still heavily affected by the previous regression in his order thanks to sacrificing a large chunk of his small universe. Otherwise, with his aptitude and talent, it was unlikely for him to fail to have a breakthrough after so many years of retreat. The supreme-grade open heaven pills might just be his only hope. Would ordinary-grade open heaven pills be useful for this situation? Xianxia had the aptitude to become a ninth-order open heaven realm master. He was different from the others like Ouyang Lai and Mi Jingluan who started off in the sixth order. He was now stuck at the peak of the eighth-order open heaven realm and could not go beyond this, so it could be considered a bottleneck. Theoretically speaking, an ordinary-grade open heaven pill would probably be useful in his situation. In that case, the humans would soon have a new ninth-order master inside the universe furnace. This was thrilling news for the humans and a catastrophe for the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai was caught up in these thoughts of his. Meanwhile, in a different part of the universe furnace world, there was a terrain that appeared to be a dense forest. At a glance, the dense forest was just like a regular one outside with towering trees and a variety of plants, but it did not have the sounds of nature and life. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that this seemingly ordinary forest was entirely made up of shattered Tao essence, just like the infinite river and the mountain range that Yang Kai found. There were a lot of strange sights inside the universe furnace. It had everything that could be found in the outside world, but it also had things that could not be found anywhere else. There was no denying that the space inside the universe furnace was exceedingly mysterious. Oh! At this very moment, a heroic-looking figure was sitting cross-legged under a large tree. This human wore a deep red robe that was quite eye-catching. He did not hide his aura, which was that of an eighth-order master at the peak of his realm. He readily allowed his aura to spread in all directions. Anyone who was nearby would instantly sense it. He was none other than Xianxia. Usually, Xianxia kept a pretty low profile, but he was now purposely announcing his presence because he wanted to attract the Black Ink clan's attention, as well as allow the humans to locate him quickly. He did not keep a high profile because he was full of himself. Instead, it was because he was confident. After cultivating in seclusion for over 1,000 years and failing to break through his bottleneck, Xianxia realized that he could not rely on his own efforts alone to become a ninth-order master. That was why he entered the universe furnace as well. The open heaven pills could aid him in his efforts to break through into the ninth-order open heaven realm, and he was not doing so for his own greed. If he became a ninth-order master, the humans would gain an even more powerful warrior who could deter the enemy. Xianxia had already partaken in a fight earlier, and his victory was seen in the form of the scattered remains of a chaos entity nearby who was destroyed by his Tao strength. As it was, he was fairly lucky. He ended up here when he entered the universe furnace and ran into a chaos entity who had consumed an ordinary-grade open heaven pill right away. Naturally, Xianxia wasted no time and effort in killing the chaos entity and taking the ordinary-grade open heaven pill for himself. He consumed it at once and began refining it. Moments later, Xianxia stood up and held his hands behind his back before letting out a weak sigh. The ordinary-grade open heaven pill could not help him with his present condition. Even though he figured as much already, he was still disappointed that he had been proven correct. The real reason why he could not become a ninth-order master was the drawbacks left behind when his order fell in the past. No one else knew about this, but he knew full well that his small universe never regained perfection after what happened back then. If he wanted to resolve this, he would have to get a supreme-grade open heaven pill. However, there were only a handful of supreme-grade open heaven pills, and it would not be easy to find one. Either way, all he could do was try, the rest was up to the heavens. With that thought in mind, Xianxia turned into a streak of red light and shot out of the dense forest. As he headed off into his distance, his formidable aura spread across the void and became even more prominent. Oh! Xianxia thought of the supreme-grade open heaven pills as something rare and almost ethereal. He did not know where to look for one, but somehow, there would always be lucky ones who would find what they wanted even without specifically looking for it. An intense battle had just ended in another part of the void. The chaotic shattered Tao essence was disrupted by the aftershocks of the battle, and space became strange and unpredictable. Two figures stood together. One was a young man dressed in white. He had white hair and bright eyes. The other was a slender woman with delicate features. As the two of them stood together, they gave off the feeling of a well-matched couple. The young man and woman were Xianxia and Xianxia from the Suppressing Black Ink Army. When the Universe Furnace projection fully manifested at the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress, the Black Ink Clan army charged through the opening in the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction in an attempt to keep the Suppressing Black Ink army occupied, but after a frenzied battle, the Black Ink Clan suffered devastating losses. Even the two royal lords who took the risk to come out had been severely injured by Fu Guang with the help of his dragon bead. One of them nearly died on the spot. The Black Ink Clan had no choice but to retreat, and the 58th Order Masters from the Suppressing Black Ink Army, who had been chosen to enter the Universe Furnace, managed to do so at the very last breath. Ever since the Suppressing Black Ink Army took up the responsibility of standing guard at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, they did not have any means of contacting the Supreme Headquarters directly. The distance between them was too great, so it was only Yang Kai who could travel back and forth freely, and he had already visited them once due to the innate territory lords sneaking out of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. Due to this, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui did not know much about the Universe Furnace. Hence, they had no idea that everyone would be separated once they entered. That being said, despite not knowing about this, Yang Xiao did grab Yang Shui's hand before they entered. He was not a naive young boy anymore. After all the years of fighting against the Black Ink Clan, he was no longer the mischievous child he once was. Now, he was able to stand alone and shoulder heavy responsibilities. As a man, he was constantly protective of Yang Shui, who was with him all the time. Thus, he instinctively grabbed Yang Shui's hand before entering the Universe Furnace. This was how they were able to stay together upon entering. Unfortunately, they had not been inside long before they ran into a territory lord. The territory lords who entered the Universe Furnace were acquired territory lords, as basically all the innate territory lords who were well and whole had taken part in the plan to create pseudo-royal lords. The only innate territory lords the Black Ink Clan had now were the ones who snuck out from the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction or the ones with heavy wounds from battle. These innate territory lords were severely weakened, so they could not enter the Universe Furnace. Even in a one-on-one fight, both Yang Xiao and Yang Shui could easily go up against an acquired territory lord. So what more when they were up against one together? The territory lord did not even have the chance to escape, as the two of them joined forces and harnessed time principles, which turned the territory lord into dust. The two of them came out of the fight completely unscathed. However, Yang Xiao started frowning as he turned and stared into the distance. Yang Shui noticed this and was a little anxious. "Are you hurt?" Yang Xiao shook his head. "No, but, little ant, I think there's something over there." "What is it?" They were in the middle of an endless void, and after hearing what Yang Xiao said, Yang Shui was on edge. She felt as if someone was hiding somewhere and spying on them in secret. "I don't know." Yang Xiao could not explain it either. He raised his hands and channeled the power of his great sun and moon marks. "When I used purifying light earlier, I sensed a vague connection to something over there. These two marks are something that adoptive father gave me." Yang Kai had obtained 10 sets of great sun and moon marks, along with a large amount of yellow and blue crystals from chaotic dead territory. He gave them to 10 divine spirits, which enabled them to supply the dozen or so great territory battlefields with purifying light even when he was not present. This eased the awkwardness and pressure Yang Kai felt from being exhausted and stretched too thin. This was why Yang Xiao had the great sun and moon marks from the burning light and serene glimmer. Earlier on, when he was working together with Yang Shui to kill the territory lord, Yang Xiao used purifying light to attack the enemy, and it was this action that led to the two marks on his hands sensing something. But what could possibly interact with the great sun and moon marks inside the Universe Furnace? Yang Xiao could not figure it out. Yang Kai would not have thought that Yang Xiao would be the first to reap the rewards of him marking 9 supreme grade open heaven pills. It could only be chalked up to a person's luck, which was not something that could be calculated. Yang Shui's eyes brightened at once. Could it be Big Brother? She made this guess because Yang Kai also had the great sun and moon marks, and if both were used, it was normal to sense a mark from the same source. Xianxia was shocked as well. It could be. Come. Let's go and take a look. Why is there a desert here? An hour later, Xianxia froze in a daze as she took in the odd scene in front of her. A barren desert had popped up in the middle of the boundless void, a startling sight for any who saw it. The two of them quickly surveyed the place and soon realized that it was not a real desert, even though it looked identical to a real one. This seemingly enormous desert was entirely made out of the strange shattered Tao essence. All they saw around them was golden sand that stretched as far as their eyes could see. There was even a fierce wind that blew through the area, and the sand dunes that rose high up to the sky looked majestic. Anyone who saw this sight would immediately notice the peculiarity of the situation, as well as the danger. However, the closer they got, the clearer the reaction was from Yang Zhao's two marks. He could tell that they were getting closer to the source of the reaction. Is Big Brother here? Xianxia frowned. Either way, we'll find out once we look, Yang Xiao replied. Xianxia nodded, and with a flick of her hand, something flew out and started spinning. It turned into a small temple the size of an ordinary dwelling. The characters Flowing Time were etched on the sign above its main entrance. This was what used to be the Flowing Time Temple that they had inherited from the Star Boundaries Flowing Time Great Emperor. Over the past few millennia, both of their cultivations improved and their understanding of the Tao of Time had long since surpassed that of Flowing Time Great Emperor. However, Flowing Time Great Emperor was still their honored master. Thus, Xianxia could not bring herself to simply discard the Flowing Time Temple that the Great Emperor left behind. Over the years, the two of them exchanged countless military merits to seek out the help of an artifact-refining Great Grandmaster from Divine Cauldron Heaven to strengthen and improve the Flowing Time Temple. The Flowing Time Temple was vastly different now when compared to its original state. Although it appeared largely the same, its power was not any weaker than that of Dawn's dawning light worship. Throughout the many years of charging through the various Great Territory battlefields, Yang Zhao's squad often relied on the Flowing Time Temple to battle against the Black Ink clan masters. This mobile palace artifact had accompanied the two of them on their journey of growth and witnessed their rise. There were countless times when they had relied on it to flee for their lives, and to them it was no longer just an artifact anymore, as it was something that had its own meaning for existence. After summoning the Flowing Time Temple, the two of them swiftly entered. Xianxia waved her hand once more and an hourglass-shaped artifact appeared in her fair hand. It was Infinite Hourglass, an artifact they had also inherited from the Flowing Time Great Emperor. 10,008 grains of flowing time sand were sealed up inside the hourglass. And as the sand trickled down, time principles encased the Flowing Time Temple. This allowed it to become out of phase with normal spacetime and become virtually undetectable. Yang Xiao and Xianxia remained on high alert as they traveled into the depths of the desert. A few days later, the Flowing Time Temple abruptly stopped as Yang Xiao triggered his great sun and moon marks to quietly sense the surroundings for a moment. He then looked up at the towering sand dune in front of him. It's coming from the inside of that, no matter how one dissected the situation. It was strange to find a sand dune several thousand meters tall in the middle of this unending desert floating in the chaotic void. The moment they arrived, the two of them realized that Yangkai could not have been the source of the reaction from the great sun and moon marks. If he had been here, he would have sensed their approach a long time ago and would not have stayed hidden. "Let me try," Yang Xiao said softly as he raised his hand. The time Tao strength that permeated out of the infinite hourglass in Xiangshui's hand grew even more concentrated as she became even more fully focused. The void shook, and under the vibrations from the dragon force, a stretch of bright light shot towards the sand dune. The forceful blow centered on the sand dune before shooting out in all directions and stirring up clouds of sand in the process. Meanwhile, the seemingly lifeless desert sprung to life all of a sudden as hundreds of millions of grains of sand swirled in the air to form a giant cloud of several thousand meters tall that was constantly shifting in shape. "What's that?" Yang Xiao and Xianxia were both terrified. However, Yangshui's eyes soon lit up as she pointed at a specific spot in the sand dune. An open heaven pill. A multicolored light flickered momentarily amid the billowing sand. It had only shone through for the briefest moment, But Yang Shui still managed to spot the shape of a spirit pill, along with the mysterious aura which emanated from it. The shackles that kept her at the peak of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation trembled ever so slightly just sniffing the aroma coming from it. Yang Xiao had seen the same thing and could not resist laughing with glee. "We've found treasure, little ant." He never thought they would stumble across an open heaven pill this quickly after entering the universe furnace. He was a pure-blooded dragon, so he did not need an open heaven pill. As long as he kept refining his dragon vein, he would be able to attain the body of a divine dragon. Naturally, this was no easy feat as, after all these years, the dragon clan had only birthed a handful of divine dragons. However, Yang Shui needed the open heaven pill. In the past, Yang Shui had directly ascended to 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. At the time, the World Tree clone had only just begun blessing the star boundary and Yang Shui did not benefit much from it. The fact that she directly became a 6th Order Master was largely credited to her own aptitude. If she had been born in the present era, Yang Shui's aptitude and the blessing from the World Tree would have been enough for her to ascend directly to 7th Order. In any case, based on her current situation, reaching the peak of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation was her limit. However, if she could get the help of an open heaven pill from the universe furnace, she could remove the shackles and reach the 9th Order. Not only would she be able to reach the pinnacle of martial Tao, but she would also provide a huge boost to the human race's strength. This spirit pill was the only reason why Yang Xiao accompanied Yang Shui into the universe furnace. Technically speaking, Yang Xiao did not qualify to be one of the ones entering the universe furnace. There were over 400 8th Order Masters in the suppressing Black Ink army, and many of them were bound by the shackles which stopped them from rising into a higher realm. However, Fu Guang, who oversaw the suppressing Black Ink fortress, only allowed 50 of them to enter the universe furnace. This meant that a lot of careful thought and discussion went into deciding who could go in. As part of the Dragon Clan, Yang Xiao did not need an open heaven pill, so naturally there was no reason to waste a quota on him. Fu Guang did not express any form of opinion on this either. The 58th Order Masters were decided based on the discussion among the inner circle of Masters in the suppressing Black Ink army. Initially, they arranged for Su Yan, Yu Ru Meng, Shan Qing Luo, and Yang Kai's other wives to enter the universe furnace. Without Yang Kai, the human race would not have made it to this day. Furthermore, his wives had slaughtered just as many of the enemy, if not more, so they had every right to enter the universe furnace. However, if Yang Shui was included among them as well, nearly a fifth of all the openings would go to people who were closely related to Yang Kai. The entire suppressing Black Ink army could only afford to allow 50 masters to enter, which meant that it would be quite unfair to the others. In the end, it was Su Yan who said that she and the other wives would not be entering the universe furnace. Instead, Yang Xiao would accompany Yang Shui in the search for opportunities. It would be up to fate to decide whether or not their search would be a success. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui could be considered childhood friends who knew each other extremely well. They had spent thousands of years together and had long since developed the connection that allowed them to be of one heart and mind. When they joined forces, they were able to wield strength that was far greater than that of simply 2 8th Order Masters combined. Allowing Yang Xiao to accompany Yang Shui was the best way to ensure her safety. After all, she was Yang Kai's only blood-related little sister. How would anyone be able to face Yang Kai if something happened to her inside the universe furnace? Thus, the two Yangs entered the universe furnace just like that. Meanwhile, Zhao Yibai, Zhao Ya, and Sui, who were also with the suppressing Black Ink army, all had the aptitude to become 9th Order Masters on their own, so they did not need to enter the universe furnace in search of opportunities. Before entering, Yang Xiao had secretly made up his mind to do whatever it took to protect Yang Shui and obtain an open heaven pill that would enable her to become a 9th Order Master. The only difficult part of this was figuring out how to locate such a valuable treasure. Never would he have imagined it possible for them to locate the precious open heaven pill that countless human race masters desired so easily. At this moment, he was puzzled as to what the relationship was between the open heaven pill created by the universe furnace and the great sun and moon marks that his adoptive father gave him. Why was there a faint connection between them? He could not figure it out and did not have the time to dwell on it either. As he probed into the sand dune, it seemed to stand up like a living creature, and the hundreds of millions of grains of sand were tumbling around in a way that made it look as if the sand dune was attempting to flee. It was a rather comical sight. However, in the very next breath, Xianxia could no longer smile. Amid the strange movement of the sand dune, a huge surge of sand rose from the desert surface out of the blue, and soon, a large hand stuck out from the sand. It pressed down hard on the surface and a large silhouette appeared. The silhouette was over 1,000 meters tall. It had the form of a human and the face of a human too, but the enormity of the body made the proportions look uncanny. It was as if a baboon had been enlarged by over a dozen times its size and had a human's head. That was not all. More large hands stuck out from the sand, and soon, two more silhouettes joined the baboon-like figure with a human head. One of the figures looked like a normal human while the other looked like it was from the Black Ink clan. Yang Zhao's expression hardened slightly. Although he could not detect the strength of the three strange creatures and had no idea what these three even were, he had the innately heightened senses of a dragon clan which made it obvious to him that these three were not to be easily messed with. They seemed to be guarding the sand dune that had devoured the open heaven pill and would be attacking anyone who approached without any mercy. Following the appearance of the three chaos spirits, the enormous sea of sand seemed to come to life as well. A whole host of formless chaos entities made up of shattered Tao essence began surging towards the flowing time temple. "Little ant," Xianxia called out. Without saying anything, Yang Shui began unleashing the power of the flowing time temple as it charged towards the three chaos spirits. To defeat an army, one should defeat the leader first. Although the two of them did not know the difference between a chaos entity and a chaos spirit, they could tell that the three chaos spirits were the main obstacle in their attempt to seize the open heaven pill. As long as they got rid of the three of them, everything else would not be an issue, including the sand dune that was several thousand meters tall. The flowing time temple flashed forward and all the chaos entities in its path were knocked away. This was a mobile palace artifact of comparable strength to Dawning Light while its defenses were the best it could possibly be as Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had spent a hefty amount of their military merits on it. A fierce battle broke out in the desert. It was so intense that the desert seemed to be on the verge of crumbling apart. Although it was Yang Xiao and Yang Shui's first time dealing with chaos entities and the Chaos Spirit clan, they were not flustered at all as they had fought countless battles on numerous great territory battlefields for millennia now. At first, they had a harder time as they had not figured out the best way to face off against their opponents. But as time passed, they began to take control of the fight. Pure World Force, Dragon Force, and even ordinary secret techniques and divine abilities had limited effects when it came to injuring these monsters, but when the two of them worked together to unleash pure time principles in the form of Time Dao strength, they were able to restrain their opponents. The three chaos spirits with physical forms were as powerful as Eighth Order Masters and Territory Lords. But the chaos entities without physical forms had varying levels of strength. Some were incredibly weak and were instantly exterminated under the rush of time principles, while others were able to put up a struggle for a little while. However, there was a seemingly endless number of chaos entities amid this sea of sand made out of shattered Tao essence. Thankfully, the two had decided from the start that they would be targeting the leaders first to win the battle. One of them had the body of an ancient dragon and an abundance of strength, while the other was at the peak of the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm and naturally possessed power that could not be underestimated. Furthermore, they had cultivated the Tao of time since their youth, and after thousands of years of effort, the Tao strength they wielded when they joined forces to harness time principles far surpassed what was to be expected from someone of their cultivation realm. They expended a fair amount of effort and paid a big price to kill the three chaos spirits. But in the end, all that was left was a sand dune several thousand meters tall that was fleeing deeper into the desert, while Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were busy battling against the Chaos Spirit clan. Yang Kai and Liao Zheng were traveling together along the Infinite River. After asking about Xiangshan and hearing that he did not manage to become a Ninth Order Master, Yang Kai found it lamentable. However, this meant that the moment the Black Ink clansmen came across either him or a seasoned Eighth Order Master like Xiangshan, they would immediately target the two of them. The Black Ink clan would not want to let either one of them gain an opportunity inside the universe furnace which would allow them to become Ninth Order Masters. All of a sudden, Liao Zheng asked, "Senior Brother Yang, Was a black ink clansman spying on us in secret just now? He recalled the way Yang Kai shot off on a chase immediately after they joined forces to kill the territory lord earlier. It meant that Yang Kai had noticed something. Yang Kai nodded. There was one, but they fled soon after realizing that the situation didn't look good for them. I couldn't figure out where they went. By the time he went over to chase that black ink clansman down, all that was left was a tiny trace of the enemy's aura. Even Yang Kai had difficulty ascertaining the direction in which the black ink clansman had fled amid the endless shattered Tao essence inside the universe furnace, so he had to return without achieving his goal. Had this been the world outside, there was no way Yang Kai would have allowed a territory lord to escape from right under his nose when he could use space techniques. Alas, this was a unique environment that greatly increased the difficulty of doing things like searching, tracking, and investigating. Liao Zhang could not help but feel a sense of belated fear when he heard this. He knew that if Yang Kai had not discovered him by coincidence, then the tables would have turned and he would have been the one to suffer the fate of the territory lord instead. As they traveled, the two of them remained on the lookout for both open heaven pills and other human race masters. Less than half a day later, Liao Zheng's expression abruptly changed. He took out a communication bead and checked it before exclaiming happily, "Senior Brother Yang, there's a 7th Order Master up ahead." It had to be said that the Supreme Headquarters, or perhaps more specifically Mi Jingluan, had given a lot of thought to this operation and prepared everything in great detail. Naturally, this was also because the humans had ample knowledge regarding the universe furnace world. Mi Jingluan knew that most of the humans would be separated when they entered, so he had them stick to the infinite river as they traveled. That way, they would be able to encounter other humans regardless of which direction they moved in. Inside the universe furnace, the humans had to team up in groups to defend themselves against the pseudo-royal lords. Furthermore, Mi Jingluan even asked Divine Cauldron Heaven to create communication beads that would allow the human race masters to contact each other and handed these out to all of them. Previously, Liao Zhang had dedicated a thread of his divine sense to the communication bead at all times to see whether there were any communications happening nearby. He also sent out regular messages to the general region, but he never got a response. However, just moments ago, a 7th Order Master got in touch with him. Since their communication beads made contact, it meant they were fairly close to each other. Yang Kai nodded at once. "Let's go and look for him. Also, tell whoever it is to not enter the river." Even though he did not think that others would be as careless as he was, it was still better to give a warning anyway. There were a lot of chaos entities inside the infinite river, and for the time being, Yang Kai had not encountered any chaos spirits, but it was still dangerous for a 7th Order Master to enter the river. Liao Zhang acknowledged his instructions and complied with a flicker of divine sense. The two continued forward for a little while longer, and sure enough, they saw a figure approaching from the distance, a woman. She had not known that Yang Kai would be here as well when she contacted Liao Zhang, so when she saw him, she was visibly excited as she greeted respectfully. "Disciple Chu Ling Ling, greets Palace Master. You're a disciple of High Heaven Palace?" Yang Kai remarked in surprise. Even though he had never met this Chu Ling Ling before, she had to have come from High Heaven Palace since she addressed him as Palace Master. Similarly, those who addressed him as Tao Lord came from the Void Tao Temple. High Heaven Palace was now of great renown among the human race. It was comparable to any of the cave heavens or paradises. In fact, within the star boundary, its fame was actually greater than that of all other great forces. This was because Yang Kai was the Palace Master of High Heaven Palace. When the World Tree clone at the star boundary first exhibited the ability to nurture the world, the cave heavens and paradises set up Tao temples and split up the territory among them to gather disciples with good aptitude. High Heaven Palace did not stop this, as Yang Kai knew that the star boundary would be filled with many great talents in the future. High Heaven Palace would not be able to take all of them in, so allowing the cave heavens and paradises to set up Tao temples of their own would ease High Heaven Palace's burden and ensure that the talent of these humans did not go to waste. Thus, when the cave heavens and paradises started dividing up the star boundary among themselves, High Heaven Palace had given its full cooperation. At the time, the humans of the star boundary were pretty open to the other cave heavens and paradises, as they were all the mightiest great forces in the 3,000 worlds. Those who could join them would surely make something of themselves in the future too. However, as Yang Kai's prestige continued to rise over the years, his famed sword and high heaven palace became the symbol of the star boundary. If given a choice, the humans born in the star boundary would choose to join High Heaven Palace. Chu Ling had turned red from the excitement she felt when she met Yang Kai. Her palace master was a legend among the human race, and even though she had been a part of High Heaven Palace for many years, so much so that she was now a Seventh Order master, she had never met Yang Kai in person before. She had only seen his statue back at High Heaven Palace. She never thought she would run into him after entering the universe furnace. Liao Zheng was quite amused by this sight. He also possessed peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation and was quite famous among the Wolfang army. But when compared to Yang Kai, he was nothing but a flicker of light against the dazzling bright moon that was Yang Kai. He could understand what Chu Ling was feeling, as he had also felt an instinctive sense of respect and awe when he met Yang Kai earlier. This was due to the seeds his seniors had sown deep within him from the moment he started cultivating. Senior brother Yang asked you a question, Marshal Niece Chu. Liao Zheng had to prompt Chu Ling when she failed to respond after quite some time. That managed to snap Chu Ling out of her reverie. She blushed and quickly replied, "Yes, I am a disciple of the Huigu Divine Monarch, and before that, I was taught by the two martial ancestors on Bamboo Peak." Yang Kai nodded. Huigu? Huh? Huigu was the subordinate that Yang Kai had taken under his command at Yinyang Cave Heaven's prison star. At the time, Yang Kai had used the strength of the loyalty list to subdue Huigu, recording his name on the 7th page, so he was one of Yang Kai's earliest subordinates. However, when Yang Kai decided to head off to the Black Ink battlefield, he gave Huigu his freedom. The moment he stepped onto the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai would be caught up in a constant life and death war, and he had no idea whether he would make it out alive. If he died, then those whose names were recorded on the loyalty list would die as well, so before he left, he gave them all their freedom. However, even when Yang Kai had these subordinates under his command, he never treated them harshly and was willing to form sincere connections with them. Thus, even though he gave them their freedom, none of them left. As Chun Tianfei said, he did not possess great powers, so he would not be benefiting from leaving Voidland. It was better for him to stay in Voidland. After all, thanks to his relationship with Yang Kai, he would never have to worry about cultivation resources. During the Great Evacuation, Voidland combined with High Heaven Palace, and the people whose names had been recorded on the loyalty list became elders there. Luan Baifeng even formed an elite squad with Su Yan and the others, and they fought hard together in profound nether territory. After thinking about Huigu, Yang Kai could not help but recall many of his old acquaintances. Throughout the past few millennia, he did return to High Heaven Palace from time to time, but he would always arrive in a flurry and leave in a rush, so he could not stop to meet them. Who knows how many more familiar faces will disappear by the time this calamity is over. As for the two martial ancestors that Chu Ling mentioned, they were none other than Yang Kai's parents. Although his father and mother did not possess exceptional power, they longed to join the battlefield and hunt down the enemy too. But Hua Qingxi would never allow that. If anything happened to them because she gave them her permission, she would not be able to face Yang Kai again. Thus, she gave them a new responsibility to keep them occupied. Their task was to teach the new talented disciples who had just begun their cultivation journeys and did not possess particularly noteworthy strength yet. There was more than met the eye to this arrangement, however. These talented disciples would one day become the core pillars of High Heaven Palace, and the fact that Yang Yinfeng and Dong Suzhu had once mentored them at the beginning of their martial Dao meant that regardless of how powerful they became in the future, they would still feel gratitude towards the two of them for teaching them in the past. Yang Kai quietened down his complicated emotions and smiled. Has Huigu reached the 8th Order? Huigu used to be called a heavenly monarch. But now, Chu Ling addressed her master as Divine Monarch, which was a step up. In the 3,000 worlds, there was an unspoken rule that only high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had the right to be called Divine Monarchs. Master is still in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, Palace Master, Chu Ling replied. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Not all Divine Monarchs were the same. Since high-rank open heaven realm masters could be addressed as divine monarchs, it applied to both 8th Order masters and 7th Order masters. Moreover, he also then recalled that Hui Gu would not be able to become an 8th Order master. The peak of the 7th Order open heaven realm was his upper limit. Hui Gu had been a 6th Order master when Xianxia took him under his command at the prison star all those years ago. It was unsurprising that he had become a 7th Order master, since then, as he would not lack the resources for cultivation when he had Void Land and High Heaven Palace's support. Perhaps Hui Gu no longer had any goals of his own after reaching the limit of his martial Dao, so he decided to take in a disciple like Chu Lingling. Meanwhile, Chu Lingling was at the peak of 7th Order and did have the ability to become an 8th Order master. She entered the universe furnace to get an ordinary grade open heaven pill in order to break through sooner rather than later. That way, she would have an even better chance of survival in the coming war. A rising star like Chu Lingling did not need to take the risk of entering the universe furnace if she had not wanted to break through to the 8th Order sooner. She, along with other rising stars, could simply carry on focusing on their cultivation, and they would eventually do so. Alas, time waited for no one. The appearance of the universe furnace changed the situation between the human race and the Black Ink clan. The curtain had risen, and devastating battles broke out across all the battlefields in existence. These were building up to the ultimate fight that would determine the fate of these two races, and there was no stopping it this time. Mi Jingluan had realized this, which is why he arranged for many of the 7th Order masters to enter the universe furnace. After all, the ordinary grade open heaven pills were fairly readily found, so as long as the masters were not completely down on their luck, they should be able to find a few. Since Chu Lingling was from High Heaven Palace and Hui Gu's disciple, Xianxia was not stingy with her. He took out a jade bottle and said with a smile, "Your master helped me a lot back then, and you're also a High Heaven Palace disciple. I didn't prepare much, but since it's our first time meeting each other, I'll give this to you." He flicked the bottle and a gentle force made it float over to Chu Lingling. Chu Lingling was a little flustered. She never thought that her palace master would be giving her a gift on their first meeting. She wanted to decline, but Liao Zhang remarked with a smile, "You should not refuse a gift from your elder." Xianxia's lips twitched. "Elder? Well, so be it. Even though I still look young, I have cultivated for several millennia now, and I'm the palace master of High Heaven Palace too. Elder it is." Chu Lingling paused briefly before accepting the jade bottle and bowing in gratitude. "Disciple thanks palace master for his generous gift." Xianxia nodded and started moving again. He took the lead and headed in the direction Chu Lingling had come from. Chu Lingling was about to put the bottle away as it would not be polite for her to check its contents in Xianxia's presence. But then, she heard a void transmission from him. "There are quite a few of them in there. You probably won't need to use all of them. If there are any left, you can give the extras to people who need them." She was startled at first, but a thought soon struck her. She immediately abandoned all attempts at maintaining propriety and checked what was inside the bottle. When she saw that the bottle was filled with spirit pills, she was both shocked and thrilled. "Have I just received the very thing that I came into the universe furnace for? Aren't these the ordinary grade open heaven pills that I'm looking for? Did I achieve my goal this easily?" Liao Zhang had also spotted what was inside the bottle and could not help but sigh. "Senior Brother Yang is so efficient. I haven't even gotten a single thing yet while he has already accumulated so much. With luck, this bottle of ordinary grade open heaven pills would be enough to let 2 7th Order masters reach the 8th Order." As they traveled, they were still on the lookout for other humans, but Xianxia also shared his experiences in finding these open heaven pills with Liao Zhang and Chu Lingling. In reality, it was not difficult to find these open heaven pills. Setting aside the open heaven pills that had not been discovered yet, the ones that had been devoured by the chaos entities could easily be found. If a chaos entity could not merge into the surroundings and hide, it meant that it had consumed an open heaven pill. Also, it would take a lot of time for them to refine and absorb the medicinal efficacies of such a pill. Based on the test that Xianxia did in his small universe, it would take a chaos entity decades to perhaps even over a century before they could fully absorb the open heaven pill. Therefore, as long as the humans discovered chaos entities who were unable to hide their tracks, they would easily be rewarded with open heaven pills. They did not need to worry about the loss of medicinal efficacies either, as the chaos entities could not refine them in such a short amount of time. Chu Ling Ling immediately let out a regretful expression. Earlier on, she had seen one such chaos entity inside the infinite river, but she had been worried about the peculiarities of the terrain and dared not enter. Thankfully, Yang Kai had her retrace her steps, and soon, they found the chaos entity again. Yang Kai personally caught it and killed it with great ease by flushing it with his Dao strengths before collecting the ordinary grade open heaven pill it had devoured. The trio continued moving forward. Now and then, they would stumble across a fellow human, and the group slowly grew bigger. The humans kept making their way along the infinite river and using the communication beads to get in touch with each other. The ones they met up with included both 7th Order and 8th Order Masters. Once there were 11 of them in total, Yang Kai, who was in the lead, stopped and turned around before saying, "Here's where we'll part, everyone." The group of 10 was made up of 3 8th Order Masters and 7 7th Order Masters. There were 2 reasons for this unusual ratio. Firstly, when compared to the 8th Order Masters, a larger number of 7th Order Masters had entered the Universe Furnace. Secondly, Mi Jingluan had also instructed the 7th Order Masters to search for the Infinite River the moment they entered, and meet up with other allies. Their only goal was to team up, then find ordinary grade open heaven pills before breaking through to the 8th Order inside the Universe Furnace. Supreme grade open heaven pills were extremely rare. Not only would they be hard to find, but even if one was found, they might have to fight the Black Ink Clan and the Chaos Spirit Clan for it, so not many would succeed. However, if more 7th Order Masters became 8th Order Masters, it would be a great boost to the human race's overall combat power. The 8th Order Masters naturally hoped to gain their own opportunities, but some of them would still need to lend a hand in protecting the 7th Order Masters. A group of 10 would be strong enough to protect themselves. Even if they ran into a pseudo-royal lord, they would still be able to put up a fight, so Yang Kai no longer had to stay with them. It was time for him to hunt down a supreme grade open heaven pill. Liao Zhang and the 2 other 8th Order Masters knew what Yang Kai wanted to do, so they simply nodded, and Liao Zhang said, "Go ahead, senior brother. Over the past few days, we have found many ordinary grade open heaven pills. The 3 of us will help them find a safe place and let a few of them break through first before we decide what to do next." Yang Kai nodded. "That would be for the best. Remember that safety is your top priority. Nothing matters more than survival." He cupped his fists in a final goodbye, and with a flicker of space principles, his figure disappeared. Once Yang Kai left, Liao Zhang and the others had a quick discussion. The 3 8th Order Masters stuck around to protect the 7th Order Masters as they led them away from the infinite river and into the endless void. It would be challenging to find a safe place inside the Universe Furnace, as their abilities to inspect and search the area around them were greatly restrained. No one knew when they might suddenly encounter a fearsome opponent. Fortunately, the world inside the Universe Furnace was expansive, and as long as one was not severely unlucky, it would be alright to simply select a place at random. Once they settled down somewhere, they took out the ordinary grade open heaven pills and divided them among the 7th Order Masters who needed them. The 7th Order Masters quickly consumed the pills and refined them. Soon, the aura of one of the 7th Order Masters began to surge. It was a sign of an upcoming breakthrough. Everyone gasped at the sight. Although the ordinary grade open heaven pills could not help a cultivator break through their innate limits the way the supreme grade open heaven pills could, they were still able to provide great help to cultivators facing a bottleneck. From the looks of it now, there would be many new 8th Order Masters once this trip inside the Universe Furnace was over. At the same time, Yang Kai was traveling through the void. Now and then, he would check for a reaction with his great sun and moon marks, or check for any activity from the communication bead he had with him. Liao Zhang had given him this communication bead. It was what the human masters used to reach each other in this space. It made it easier for the humans to confirm where they were, and in a moment of crisis, they could ask for help. Right now, Yang Kai was concerned as to how he was supposed to find the supreme grade open heaven pills. Even though he left a mark on all 9 of them, he still had not found any of them yet. He had no idea where they were either, so he had to rely on luck. The information he received from Liao Zhang also made it clear to him that the situation inside the universe furnace was a lot more complex and perplexing than he thought. The Chaos Spirit clan could be found inside here, and there was also the possibility of Chaos Spirit Kings existing. Furthermore, the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pills were useful to the Black Ink clan as well. This possibility had never even occurred to Yang Kai in the past. Thus, the number of obstacles between the human race and the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pills was far above what Yang Kai originally suspected. He was moving through the void when all of a sudden, he spotted something that looked like a gray fog in front of him. He broke out in cold sweat and had a look of belated fear. It was just a tiny layer of gray fog that was about the size of a table. Yang Kai had nearly gone straight into it just now, but luckily, he noticed it in the nick of time and halted. He used his divine sense to inspect the gray fog, and to his surprise, he found that there were worlds inside the tiny blanket of gray fog. It was no mere gray fog. After all, it was a sea of stars that was many, many times smaller than normal. It looked like a tiny layer of gray fog, but it was treacherous on the inside. If anyone entered it by accident, he or she would be entering the sea of stars. That person could even lose their sense of direction and be stuck in there with no means of coming back out. Why would this be inside the universe furnace? However, upon thinking back now, Yang Kai realized that this was not the only time he encountered something like this. He had seen countless gray fog patches of varying sizes along the way but had not paid any attention to them earlier. He only realized how mysterious they were after studying this one more carefully now. The universe furnace is proving to be even more mystifying than I thought. Yang Kai quietened down his heavily thumping heart. As he stared at the gray fog in front of him, he could not help but consider a new possibility. If I'm able to take this away, refine it, and summon it whenever I'm up against the enemy, wouldn't it mean that I'd be invincible? Even a Black Ink John Spirit God would probably have a hard time escaping from the gray fog if he was stuck inside it, let alone a royal lord. However, the moment Yang Kai began checking out this possibility, he gave up on his unrealistic idea. He could not take it with him. It appeared to be just a tiny patch of gray fog, but it was actually colossal in volume. To take it away meant taking away an entire sea of stars, and the massive strength needed to accomplish that was not something he, an 8th Order Master, had. Not even a 9th Order Master could do it. Even after racking his brains for quite some time, Yang Kai could not think of a way to get it done. He had no choice but to give up now, as it was more important for him to find a Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill. He could always return to this place and think of something later on if he had a chance. However, before he started moving, he sensed something. He immediately turned around and stared into the distance, and at the very next breath, he melded into the void with space principles. A few breaths later, he saw a silhouette rushing towards him from a distance. The silhouette's black ink strength was prominent, clearly a territory lord. However, Yang Kai could tell that this was an acquired territory lord, as his aura was not as strong as that of an innate territory lord. Yang Kai could easily kill an acquired territory lord without even breaking a sweat. He was waiting in secret to make his move when he noticed what the territory lord was holding. After just a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai decided against attacking. Instead, he hid his tracks and chose to tail the territory lord in secret. It was because he saw the territory lord holding a miniature black ink nest, and from the latter's urgency, it was clear that he was heading somewhere in a rush. Thanks to Yang Kai's many years of experience battling against the Black Ink clan, he knew that miniature black ink nests were used for communication purposes. Back when he was hovering outside the no-return pass and the innate territory lords were hunting him down, they used these miniature black ink nests to pass messages between them. However, that was not its only usage. If the Black Ink clan were willing to pump in the resources, they could turn these into real black ink nests. Seeing as how the territory lord was grasping the black ink nest and was moving in such a hurry, it was easy enough for Yang Kai to deduce that the territory lord must have made contact with his clansmen and was using the black ink nest to lead him to them. Instead of killing just one, it was better to root out a bunch of them. That was why Yang Kai decided against killing this territory lord immediately. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was taken aback by the fact that the communicative function of the miniature black ink nests was still working inside the universe furnace. However, the territory lord whom he and Liao Zheng joined forces to kill did not have a miniature black ink nest with him. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai realized the reason behind this. The Black Ink clan knew nothing about the universe furnace, so naturally, they would not be as well prepared as the humans. This territory lord must have had a black ink nest with him because he was already carrying it around even when he was outside. Even though Yang Kai was following the territory lord the whole time, the latter had no idea that a human master was tailing him. This was not only due to their power differential, but also due to the mysteriousness of the Tao of space. As long as Yang Kai wanted to stay hidden, a mere acquired territory lord would not be able to detect his presence from afar. Yang Kai patiently tailed the territory lord as he pondered the possibilities of the situation taking place up ahead. Since the territory lord was quite likely moving in a rush after being called upon by his clansmen, it was either because they had found something valuable or they had gotten into a fight with the humans. Either one of these outcomes would still be bad for the humans. By following in secret, Yang Kai might be able to alleviate any dangers that had befallen his allies. Yang Kai thought that the situation would only be one of the two possibilities, so when he suddenly felt a weak reaction from his great sun and moon marks, he was thunderstruck. There was no denying that Yang Kai was deeply frustrated and upset over the fact that he had witnessed the creation of the 9 supreme grade open heaven pills and had let them slip away from him. Even though he left a mark on each of them, he did not get a reaction after all this time and was beginning to suspect that the mark he left might have dissipated. Thus, he was stunned that he felt a reaction now by coincidence. Yang Kai suppressed his exhilaration and carefully tried to sense the direction where the reaction came from. To his surprise, it was exactly where the territory lord was heading. Did that mean the Black Ink clan discovered a supreme grade open heaven pill? Who were they fighting against to get it then? Yang Kai had no clue now, but he would find out once he arrived at the battle. After traveling for an unknown amount of distance, Yang Kai suddenly sensed the commotion of a battle up ahead, and it was a pretty intense one. Yang Kai peered into the distance and was a little startled by what he saw. A large part of the void was filled with countless jellyfish-like creatures of various sizes. They were giving off multicolored light that glimmered and dimmed. Even the solidity of their forms kept changing, which made them look incredibly peculiar. Several figures were scattered among the sea of jellyfish. Some were fighting while others were moving around. There was no sign of any humans. There was someone from the monster race, though. Its 5-meter-long body shifted like flowing water. The leopard print on its skin was bright as it dazzled like reflected light. At times its form became phantom-like, and at other times it solidified. It was fighting against several territory lords alone. Thunder Shadow Great Emperor. Yang Kai never thought he would encounter his monster self here. Truth be told, when his monster self was in the process of becoming a great emperor back at the Myriad Monsters world, Yang Kai had specifically gone over to stand guard, but after that, he did not pay any attention to his monster self. That was because he did not have to. As a great emperor, his monster self would have an easy, untroubled cultivation journey in the Myriad Monsters world. From the looks of it now, that was precisely the case. His monster self's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th Order Monster Emperor realm. Although his monster self was using primal art to train its monster core, just like Fang Tianxia, it was still held back by Yang Kai, its true body's limit. Right now, his monster self's cultivation was also at the limit and he could not break through any further. When Fang Tianxia was breaking through to the open heaven realm, he possessed everything needed to become a 7th Order Master, but in the end, he ended up as a 6th Order Master. This was because of Yang Kai. Regardless of whether it was his human self or his monster self, their cultivation journey was hindered by the limits of their true body. When the universe furnace surfaced, Yang Kai knew that both his human self and his monster self would enter and reunite with him. Throughout this journey, apart from trying to track down the supreme grade open heaven pills, Yang Kai had also been on the lookout for signs of his monster self and human self. He had checked with Liao Zhang and the others too, but they had not seen anything either. However, he did not expect to reunite with his monster self under such coincidental circumstances. It was an unexpected pleasant surprise. That being said, the biggest and most joyous surprise was the supreme grade open heaven pill among the sea of jellyfish. At the very center of the huge swarm of jellyfish, there was one that was at least 10 times bigger than the others, and it had clearly devoured a supreme-grade open-heaven pill which could be spotted when its body turned translucent. Xianxia did not know whether it was his monster self or the Black Ink clan who first discovered this supreme-grade open-heaven pill, but it was evident that the fight had been going on for quite a while now. The Black Ink clansmen could use the miniature Black Ink nest to call for aid, but Xianxia's monster self was alone in a one-against-many fight. Despite being alone, Thunder Shadow Great Emperor was not as disadvantaged as one might imagine. After all, in most cases, the average monster racemaster was stronger than the average human racemaster in the same equivalent realm. Monster racemasters had far stronger bodies than normal, and Thunder Shadow himself had an innate divine ability that allowed him to blend with the shadows and become hard to detect. By striking suddenly and powerfully now and then, Xianxia's monster self was just barely able to put up a fight against the group of territory lords. Naturally, this was also thanks to where the fight was taking place. The large swarm of jellyfish were most likely chaos entities, but they were different from all other chaos entities that Xianxia had previously seen. Although they were still shifting through various states of solidness, they had fixed forms. They seemed harmless enough, but when someone else came into contact with them, the person would be hit with a peculiar attack. Xianxia saw a territory lord flying backwards after being hit by Thunder Shadow. When the territory lord crashed into a jellyfish, it looked as if he lost his consciousness as his eyes glazed over. It was a while before he regained mental clarity. Thunder Shadow was about to kill the territory lord when another one came over and rescued his clansmen. The jellyfish-like chaos entities were rather strange. It was clear that Thunder Shadow had suffered at their hands too, so when it fought against the territory lords, it tried its best to avoid touching them. However, that meant it could not move around as freely as normal. It appeared to be a fiery battle between the two sides, but in reality, both were seriously hindered by the environment and could not go all out. The territory lord that rushed over had clearly received instructions beforehand. Upon arrival, he did not show himself at once, and instead quietly crept towards the battlefield in an attempt to sneak up on Thunder Shadow and deal a deadly blow. Unfortunately, he was not particularly skilled at keeping himself hidden. He had just approached the battlefield and had not even entered the swarm of jellyfish when Thunder Shadow noticed him with a single glance. The territory lord was a decisive one, however, and since he had been discovered, he openly revealed himself. But before he could do anything to Thunder Shadow, a territory lord stared behind him in shock and quickly shouted, "Watch out!" All at once, the territory lord felt an overwhelming sense of danger envelop him, as if death itself had come. Before he could recover from his shock, he felt a sharp pain. He looked down and saw a spear sticking out of his chest, with world force surging along it. Someone snuck up on me and attacked me. What was most terrifying was the fact that he had not noticed anything until the moment the person attacked. Who snuck up on me? All sorts of thoughts flashed across the territory lord's mind as he tried to escape, but he could not move. Space seemed to have solidified around him, and world force flowed strongly from the spear in his chest. A violent force erupted and the territory lord's body exploded into a shower of bloodied scraps. The black ink strength that escaped from his body leapt out like a wild horse and swiftly turned into a black ink cloud. An invisible force surged as the black ink cloud dispersed to reveal a young man with a spear in hand. He flicked his blood-soaked spear and smirked. "Xianxia!" The territory lords gasped as the color drained out of their faces. They were petrified, and no words could describe the bitterness they felt right now. How could things end well for them after running into the killing star here? Most importantly, why did they run into him? The universe furnace was vast and boundless, and they had relied on the miniature black ink nests to gather themselves here. No humans had been drawn over even after their lengthy fight with this monster racemaster. Yet now it was Xianxia of all people who showed up. Thunder Shadow was also taken aback. The lightning in its mouth flashed and crackled, but soon, a human-looking grin broke out across his face. He thought that this would turn out to be a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents and was fully prepared to flee if things took a turn for the worse. A supreme-grade open-heaven pill was valuable, but his life was even more so. He knew what his priorities were. What he did not expect was Xianxia's arrival. The situation was a lot simpler now. It was going to claim the lives of these territory lords and collect the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Thunder Shadow was assured and confident, while the territory lords were panicking. As for the jellyfish-like chaos entities, they just shifted about, giving off their multicolored glow which illuminated the different reactions from both parties. Outside the battlefield, Xianxia lifted his spear and pointed it in front of him as his voice boomed all across the place. "How dare you bully third brother? You must have a death wish." Xianxia's abrupt appearance immediately changed the tides. Initially, the territory lords had the advantage in the fight due to their numbers, but they no longer had any inclination to continue fighting. All they could think of was to flee as far away as possible, lest they met their doom. Nevertheless, they knew that it was futile for them to try and escape from Xianxia alone, considering his mastery over the Tao of space. Thus, after a brief moment of panic, the territory lords quickly began grouping up to form a battle formation to try and put up a fight. However, forming a battle formation in this bizarre environment was no easy feat. All along, they failed to form a battle formation due to the inconvenience of being surrounded by the swarm of jellyfish. One false move and they would end up making contact with the strange jellyfish, and when that happened, even masters as powerful as these territory lords would fall into a brief trance. Previously, they gave up on the idea of forming a battle formation and simply used their numbers advantage to gang up on Thunder Shadow, who would not have managed to hold out this long if that had not been the case. They now wanted to attempt forming a battle formation again, but it was too late. Thunder Shadow, who deduced what they were trying to do, immediately charged at the nearest territory lord. His strong, agile form morphed into a ball of lightning and in the blink of an eye, appeared in front of the territory lord. The lightning shrouded him and his opponent so the others could not see what was happening. All they could tell was that powerful forces clashed within the lightning. Meanwhile, Xianxia had already raised his spear and charged into the swarm of jellyfish. As soon as he entered the battlefield, he realized what was strange about these chaos entities. They kept oscillating between varying physical states. At times they could be seen, but at others they were invisible. They also kept moving around as if a swarm of jellyfish was floating along in the vastness of the universe furnace world, though there was no telling where their final destination was. When they disappeared, even Xianxia could not detect them. This resulted in him bumping into a jellyfish the moment he entered the battlefield, stopping him in his tracks. Light flickered and the jellyfish reappeared. Xianxia could sense a wave of jumbled, chaotic energy coming from the jellyfish, aimed straight at his soul. It finally dawned on Xianxia as to why the territory lord who made contact with one of these jellyfish-like chaos entity ended up in a dazed, trance-like state. If the attack landed, the target's soul would be hit by that strange energy, and it would indeed be hard to retain full control of one's senses after taking such an unexpected hit. A few of these attacks in rapid succession could very well damage one's soul. These jellyfish-like chaos entities possessed an innate form of energy that allowed them to attack their opponent's soul. This special characteristic of theirs hindered the territory lords and Thunder Shadow's ability to fight, and from the looks of it, everyone in the battle had found out through first-hand experience. When one of the nearby territory lords noticed what was happening, he grinned happily and charged straight at Xianxia. Even if they formed a battle formation, they might still fail to hold their own against the human's killing star. But now that Xianxia had accidentally allowed the jellyfish to attack his soul, it was a rare and precious chance for them to land an attack. However, the moment the territory lord reached Xianxia, he realized something was amiss. Even though Xianxia was standing stiffly as if he was in a trance, his eyes were bright and shrewd. It did not look as if he had lost consciousness at all. By the time the territory lord noticed this, it was too late. He was a decisive individual, so immediately shoved both his hands forward and black ink strength gushed out like a wave crashing onto the shore. Xianxia snorted and pierced through the attack with his spear. His azure dragon spear turned into countless spear shadows before condensing into one again. Black ink strength collapsed and dispersed, while the territory groaned as his body flew backwards, black blood spurting out of a hole in his shoulder. His expression was one of someone who just had a narrow brush with death. A silhouette appeared in the territory lord's hazy peripheral vision. He looked up and was horrified as he saw Xianxia pull back his fist. The territory lord reacted in haste and crossed his arms in front of him. The moment Xianxia's fist made contact, though, a surge of unstoppable force sent the territory lord flying backwards once more as his arms fell to the side to reveal the gaping hole in his chest. Xianxia was only a step away from becoming a divine dragon, so a mere acquired territory lord could not withstand even such a simple attack from him. The territory lord landed on a visible jellyfish-like chaos entity, and the light faded from his eyes as the attack that battered his soul made things worse for his heavily wounded body. Xianxia raised his hand once more and hurled the azure dragon spear out, piercing right through the territory lord who was currently dazed. The territory lord's aura instantly swelled up before fading away entirely. It had only been 3 breaths of time since the fight between Xianxia and the territory lord began. But now the other territory lords were trembling with fear as they witnessed how easily Xianxia had killed one of them. The azure dragon spear flew back to Xianxia and he grabbed it before turning to Thunder Shadow, who was still fighting against his opponent, and snapped, "Why didn't you warn me that these chaos entities can attack the soul, third brother?" Thunder Shadow growled and ignored Xianxia. "As if you needed a warning. These jellyfish could hinder everyone else. But Xianxia, who had the protection of the soul-warming lotus, could pay them no mind. If his soul was attacked, the soul-warming lotus would protect him." The territory lord assumed that it had been his best chance to strike, because Xianxia had fallen into a trance, but in reality, he was only delivering himself into the hands of the enemy. Also, third brother? What the hell is that? An inexplicable sense of irritation washed over Thunder Shadow and his attacks became even more ruthless. The lightning that surrounded him and his opponent became even brighter as cries of agony and ferocious growls rang out. 5 territory lords had gathered here to gang up on Thunder Shadow, with a 6th nearly joining them before Xianxia killed him. Now that Xianxia had killed the 2nd territory lord and Thunder Shadow had pinned one down on his own, there were only 3 territory lords left. While Xianxia was dealing with the other territory lord, these 3 territory lords managed to gather together and join their auras to form the simplest 3 fortunes formation. Despite having successfully formed a battle formation, they did not feel any more assured about their chances. Xianxia had killed a pseudo-royal lord before, and during his time outside the no-return pass, he had regularly fought against 4 innate territory lords who formed the 4 symbols formation. Thus, if the territory lords wanted to have a fighting chance against Xianxia, they had to be in at least a 4 symbols formation, and that also hinged on Xianxia not employing his strange technique that could injure souls. If he did, then a 4 symbols formation would be useless as well. Since Xianxia was inside the universe furnace, he was not going to use an artifact like the soul-rending thorn, as doing so would harm him in the process and have lingering detrimental effects on him. That being said, a 3 fortunes formation was not sufficient for these territory lords to put up a fight against him, so he had no worries in the first place. The 3 territory lords were quick-witted enough. Once they formed the battle formation, they immediately tried to escape, as one of them roared, "Spare our lives, Xianxia, and the open heaven pill is yours." Xianxia snorted, reached his hand out in their direction, and made a grabbing motion. With a flicker of space principles, he grasped something unseen and coolly remarked, "Do you think you can negotiate with me?" As soon as he said those words, the 3 territory lords stiffened and froze in place against their will. It was not due to the space secret technique, however, but rather because they were surrounded by the jellyfish-like chaos entities. The undetectable chaos entities had now revealed themselves and were attacking the souls of all 3 territory lords who came into contact with them. The territory lords instantly became dazed and disoriented. Xianxia caught the jellyfish-like chaos entities with his space secret technique and teleported them into the territory lord's path. These chaos entities could not do much physical damage, but their attacks on the soul were nearly impossible to avoid, so he made good use of them. Xianxia slowly strolled over to the 3 territory lords, brushing away a few of the jellyfish-like chaos entities that appeared in his path with his bare hands. The territory lords struggled hard against the relentless attacks on their souls. Sometimes they were able to gain clarity, but it would only be for a brief moment before they fell into a daze again. It looked as if the chaos entities had rooted them to the spot. All 3 of them were now sitting ducks. When Yang Kai got close to them, he raised his hands. World force surged forward as he targeted all three and easily reaped their lives. At the same time, the giant ball of lightning suddenly dissipated and Thunder Shadow walked out. Though he was wounded, his presence was just as strong and domineering as ever. There was a tattered body lying behind him though, looking like it had been torn apart by a hurricane. Although Thunder Shadow was stronger than these acquired territory lords, he did not have a soul-warming lotus to protect his soul. Thus, he still had to put in some effort to kill one head-on in this field of jellyfish. Yang Kai turned to Thunder Shadow and grinned. There was no need for him to say anything. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the largest chaos entity. This chaos entity was many times bigger than its fellows, though it was uncertain whether it was naturally bigger in the first place or because it devoured an open heaven pill. The supreme-grade open heaven pill only peeked through and gave off a multicolored light when the chaos entity's form became translucent. There's no telling what might happen if this takes too long. We'll do it together. Yang Kai shouted and immediately harnessed his Tao strengths before blasting them at the jellyfish-like chaos entity. Thunder Shadow bounded over and started harnessing his own Tao strength as well. Under their combined attacks, the enormous jellyfish-like chaos entity instantly started shrinking, as if it had met its mortal enemy. It seemed to have an instinctive urge to flee from danger, but Yang Kai had used space principles to keep it locked in place. It could not move or leave, but its physical state started changing even more rapidly, and the invisible attack on the soul was shooting out in all directions. Surprisingly, it was able to attack at a distance. As for the swarm of smaller jellyfish-like chaos entities, they were also visibly affected. Their bodies were releasing chaotic energy which soon covered the surrounding void. Thunder Shadow was affected by this as its Tao strength would cut off now and then. Upon noticing this, Yang Kai had to channel his spiritual energy to protect Thunder Shadow, which saved him from a possible crisis. Under the constant flow of Tao strengths, the jellyfish-like chaos entity that devoured the supreme-grade open heaven pill kept shrinking until it completely disappeared. Yang Kai reached out and took the spirit pill that was giving off a multicolored glow. He now had a supreme-grade open heaven pill, one which would allow him to break through his limits and become a ninth-order open heaven realm master.